And hello, Internet. It is early morning, but we are here and we are ready to play some D&D. And we are not talking any more taxes, despite how exciting and cool we all are. Uh,
The best, in fact. Yep.
Thank you for accommodating my crazy work schedule. It is that time of year. And let us jump in and do the John, as they might say. Let's go around and introduce our characters and talk about our downtime and camera order as we always do. King Lyoko, unfortunately, you are first up, or maybe fortunately, I don't know. But I'm calling on you. Tell us a little about yourself and your character, and let's talk about your downtime.
Sure, guys. Happy to be back. It's been a little while. So I am playing my second character of the season, Dagnab McGibbet. He is a wascally wabbit with all sorts of interesting weapons in his bag. And he is on the evergreen quest for the golden carrot, of course. So he is hoping that, maybe he'll find it in the swamp these days. Because who knows? Who knows?
Who knows? It's not like he had a dream about it or something, but maybe the swamp is where you'll find it. Excellent. Before you get to go search for your carrot, you've been spending some time in Ansham. Downtime, some might even say. What have you been up to, Dagnab?
Um, I don't think he's been up to all too much. I think he's been, because last session he was actually somewhat responsible with his tool usage and didn't break every single weapon he had. So I think he's just been hanging around the tavern, maybe carousing a bit.
Carousing, absolutely. I would love some more carousing. So you spend your time in the tavern, drinking ale, getting to know the good and bad people of the town, dicing, spending spending money on food, libations, all that you could desire. Go ahead, if you would, and spend any amount of gold you desire. For each gold more than one, or for each 100 gold more than 100 gold. This is hard for me to say in the morning. Apologies. Let me try again. Spend any amount of gold you desire. For every 100 gold more than the first 100 gold you spend, I will give you a +1 on your subsequent roll. For every 10 gold less than 100 gold that you spend, I will give you a -1 for your roll.
All right. Well, I've only got 58 gold, so I guess I'm gonna spend 50 gold and have a -5 on my roll.
Excellent. You spend 50 gold. This isn't quite the carousing of legends that we were perhaps hoping for, but nonetheless, 50 gold goes a long way in Adventure Town. You buy out multiple dicing tables, food and drink are flowing, but you also get the seedier side of Adventure Town. This is a party for scoundrels and the lowlifes. Would you please roll me 2d6 -5 as your party goes long into multiple nights?
I got a 1.
Oh, you got a 1. I love ones. Dagnab, over the course of your adventuring, or your misadventures, I should say, with the dicing table and the drinks and the food and whatever other vices you may have, you have inadvertently offended the gods in your debauchery. You have -1 to attack rolls, skill checks, and saving throws until the end of the adventure today. Tell me, Dagnab, how is it specifically that you have offended the gods during your debauchery?
I infringed copyright.
Acme brought the hammer down on us.
Yeah.
Oh no. Oh, it pains me to think of our corporate overlords as gods, but we live in America in 2025. It's more and more looking that way. True indeed. You infringe copyright and you are punished for it. Please mark your -1s. However, during your carousal, in your drunken stupor, in your running away from a mini police car that has the rock in it, you will hear a rumor about Ansham that may or may not be true. And you hear of a strange device that was found and brought back to Ansham. It looks like a candelabra or perhaps a menorah, some kind of iron multi-candle holding device. It was empty, but then a beast was slain, a fiend, some might say, and a single candle was lit by an undying magical fire. Seems that if we light all of the candles, something may happen, and the rumor has it that there are riches to be had.
Ooh. Okay, that's pretty cool.
Yeah. But for your information, you paid a heavy price to Disney Corp. And you'll eventually gather yourself up and head to, I don't think a gate. I think we are probably heading down to the depths of Ansham again, but we'll find out where you end up at the start of the session. But first, let's meet the rest of your party. Moving on to the next in camera order, we have Horo. Welcome back. Go ahead and tell us a little about yourself and your character, and let's do your downtime.
Hello, fellas. I'll be once again bringing back Borpfield. Big thank you to McFly for letting me know I was 20 experience off actually from hitting level 3, so I had to deduct my HP by the natural one I rolled before. Thank you.
He gets another shot. Oh my.
I get another shot. Besides that, big thanks to Amazon who actually misdelivered my package. I actually had a Gorefield mask ready for the session, but you know.
Someone randomly gets your package.
Yeah, level 3, don't worry.
It's a random Gorefield mask, yeah. But anyhow, I'm looking forward to playing today. I look for a long adventure and for many riches, just like last session. Hopefully. I reckon for the very first time, Gorefield starts preparing. He got his ass whooped last time around, so he's like, okay, I'm going out. Now I need to, stock up a little bit. So I'm going shopping.
All right, you spend your downtime heading to market at Ansham. You may purchase anything in our market. We have multiple places you can find that info. Roll20 has a handy sheet that I may or may not have updated correctly. Do you have a nice list of what you are buying ahead of time? Do you want us to walk through it, get prices? How does that feel for you?
Well, I have a little list ready for you, but,
Okay.
Borpfield kind of looks at himself. He has a loincloth and a pointy metal stick, and we're going to the Rest Hill, so he's like, I need some wooden weapons. So I'm getting a couple of clubs. I'm getting an extra shield, just in case I need to tank another critical hit from a King of Feathers or whatever that puny dinosaur was. And
yes, that puny dinosaur whose ankles I bit.
Yeah,
All right.
and I might be bringing back a mechanic from Season 1 that I really enjoyed and see how it goes with that.
All right. You spend your time at the market. Please go ahead and deduct the amount of gold you've spent for your arms and armor that you are buying. I trust you to take care of the minutia yourselves. This takes time, of course. You have to get things custom made. Things don't come in barbarian sizes. You think they would, but, it turns out barbarians come in a lot of sizes, and they just gave up on that. They just start custom making everything around these parts. Nets are, unheard of and weird. They're like, wait, you want what? You want my rope to, what? But eventually you convince people that nets are cool, actually. And they will get built for you. You will...
People are deprived of omega-3 here, huh? Big fish.
Yeah. We fish with spears, thank you. No. You will eventually get all of your items sorted and head, I guess, to the gates, it sounds like, and not to the depths of Ansham.
So, this is something I want to ask you one more time. Would you be able to point on the map all the locations I'm able to teleport to, so I would be able to just mark them real quick for myself?
Why don't we do that, ourselves?
Full session.
Yeah, so we don't waste everybody's time again. But for ease of, I know that your goal is the swamps, there is a location in the swamps you can teleport to.
Awesome. I forgot about that ability. Cool.
Not gonna lie, I went to the wiki to remember exactly which ones I pointed out. But you will join your party members somewhere. But before we do, let us go to our next in camera order, which is going to be Soul Crusher. In your favorite spot, it seems. That never moved.
Yes.
Welcome back. Tell us a little about your character and who you are, and let's do your downtime.
Hello, I'm Soul Crusher, also known as Blessed Mountain, also known as that guy in the 4th camera slot at all times.
Third.
Third player slot, we'll call it. Hey, Blessed Mountain has been having a great time, and he recently opened up a new business in Antrim.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he has been selling fine wine and beer. Just exactly 4 gallons of beer and 1 gallon of wine. But
I thought you were going to make something in Antrim. No, you just have a jug.
No. I have the alchemy jug with wine and beer in it. That is what he has been doing the whole time. He's just like, I can make so much money with this thing.
I love it. You take the work action by selling specifically wine and beer. You don't sell any of the other fun things that come out of the alchemy jug.
Hang on, let me post the alchemy jug for you so we can read this.
My favorite one's mayo. I'm fishing for you to tell me you sell gallons of mayo.
Yeah, I also offer people a discount on 2 gallons of mayonnaise a day.
Alrighty. Mr. Blessed Mountain, for your entrepreneurial spirit, would you please would you please roll for me D10 for each character level that you possess, which I think is 3d10 for you?
I can definitely do this.
Excellent.
That's pretty good.
That is pretty good. It turns out there may have been a mayo, beer, and wine shortage, at least this month, and you have filled that nicely. Go ahead and pocket from your fellow adventurers and city officials 24 gold pieces for your hard work in between sessions.
And then, just to let everybody know, my gold pieces have hit exactly 696, which is very aesthetically pleasing to me for some reason.
I mean, we
All right,
love.
You're paying for everything.
We love.
I can say only one word.
Symmetry.
Nice.
All right. You collect your earnings, pack up your now newly empty alchemy jug, at least for a day, and make your way to meet up with the party members. Before we finally head out, we need to meet our very last one. None other than Night Apples themselves. Welcome back. Always good to have you, my fellow tax accountant. Why don't you tell us a little about your character and yourself, and then we'll do your downtime.
Yeah. Today I will be playing Lasker, a Tabaxi Ranger, who last time went to bed a bit too soundly and lost his longbows to some fairies in a forest. And before going to a swamp, he's going to have to get maybe a new weapon, and maybe a few other things. He's going to go to the market and do a bit of shopping.
Excellent. Do you have a small list like our fellow market enthusiast did? You want to hit some highlights, or do you need to go through and get some prices with me?
Yeah. There's 2 things I want to confirm.
Okay.
First one's wood carver's tools. I didn't see in the market. I have what it would cost normally.
My intention with tools is that they would unlock as things developed, as you built buildings in the mist or in the city. I haven't always done a good job of labeling tools as unlocks. I think that they're one of the things I'm missing in my big rule set. Let me take a look at what has been built here in the city.
Yeah. If it helps, a woodcarver's tools is a knife, a gouge, and a small saw. Is what the 3 things it is.
Very cool. Let me downtime, Antrim, resources. What has been built? We have a library, an enchanter's study, a stables, an apothecary, weaponsmith, housing, armorsmith, hunting camp is the food resource, housing district, farmhouse, housing district, walls, housing district, outpost, housing district. I'm going to say that I know that the items inside of the pack are like really basic, right? I'm gonna say that you can go ahead and get wood carver's tools. I'm not gonna tie them to a specific building. So they will be the standard book price, which I
The
can
1
find
gold.
for you really quickly. I think it is something simple like 1 gold. Correct. You are on top of it. You may buy those. I will add woodcarver's tools to the Ansham market here as something
Just
we
wanted to
can
check.
purchase. Yeah.
Those, I'm buying a short bow because I don't have money for a long bow, so I'll get the next best thing. And we didn't discuss, at level 1, you get spell components. So at level 2 and let's say 2 or 3, when you gain spell casting, I imagine you don't magically appear with spell components. Or you still have 3.
If you multi-class into spell casting, or if you are a brand new spellcaster, the municipality of Ansham, Lord Commander Victoria Hightower, is a generous judge, jury, and executioner. They will hand characters that first gain access to spell casting the 3 castings of all their spells, material component wise. The Enchanter Study has unlocked the ability to get your spell focus for all classes, so you can purchase that at the market if you desire and have the coin.
Yeah, that's the problem. For second half's the problem, not first half.
Sure, understood. But yes, the first time you gain access to spells, whether that's multi-classing, new character, whatever, we will the powers that be will make sure that you can cast them at least 3 times.
Perfect. Then, I think Agony has asked this before. I couldn't find the clip. I don't think mistletoe is sold in Ansham. I think you have to find
I
it.
had to find that on my own,
Yeah.
boy.
Yeah,
Yes,
pretty sure.
there is not a mistletoe,
The mistletoe
shop
buyer.
currently.
Not yet. That's a monopoly I can make. But I will find that later, and I will go join my fellow brothers in arms in the sewers.
All right, marketing is done. You find your equipment, some of it, and you make your way to join the party. So I guess let us turn it over really quick to Horo, the man with the, or not Horo. Let's turn over to Borbfield, the man with the magic eye. Are we heading down to the depths beneath the sewers where a twisting portal lies, or are we heading to the gates to walk our asses to the swamp?
Please don't make us walk our asses, Oro.
I think I'm gonna take the executive decision. We know there is no more resources in the Rusted Hills, and I remember, I bought these clubs, but I remember I had a magical eye, and we just carry the donkeys down the steps one more time.
All right. Borbfield lifts everyone's pack animals on his shoulders, his now less naked than they were shoulders, and begins to march down to the depths of Ansham. Beneath the sewers, we find a familiar location, a heavily guarded, twisting archway. Lord Victoria Hightower herself commands the men in charge of protecting Ansham from whatever might come out of this crazy thing. You see piled up in the corner a couple of dead bodies, actually. Not human, but creatures.
Can we loot them?
Huh? They have
Can we
been
loot them?
thoroughly field stripped by the powers that be. Yeah, it turns out looters' rights are entirely occupied by the town's guard inside of Ansham. But yes, it seems that creatures have stepped through this portal and been dealt with in the time between we've seen it last. Victoria Hightower recognizes you, understands that you have some ability to come back and forth through here, Borbfield, and will hand out rations to you and the party. For some of you, this might be the first time you've seen such a No, actually, I think every one of you have seen this before. Yes. Okay, well then we won't pause for the 3 of you to look at the non-Euclidean geometry of this strange arch and the strange magical eye that glows all the brighter behind Borbfield's mask that no one can see. Borbfield, as you step up to this this archway, the many twisting paths unfurl in front of you, ever shifting, confusing and long, but you have the ability to track them and find their destination. I assume that you would like to walk through to our swamp, yes?
I would most certainly do.
Use.
But before we do,
Yeah.
could I simply gaze at the bodies as we're passing by them? Do they look
Mhm.
like the fake creatures that we find in the forest, or do they look
They
completely different?
do not. You are a seasoned adventurer. So are the people that you travel with here today. These appear to be the bodies of what we might call gas. These strange devourers of flesh and life, gray bodied, long clawed like hands and feet. They have a carrion stench that, despite their field stripping, still kind of carries in the tunnel itself. Long fangs still reside in their skulls.
Ew. Makes me think of that evil forest area that I stumbled into, and I shudder.
Heart zombies, the worst kind of zombies.
Indeed.
Yeah, I'll ignore the bodies and just grab the party and usher them towards the swamp.
Excellent. You eventually step up to this strange archway, select your path, and begin to walk it. It is a short and easy walk for everybody. It seems but a simple step, though only Borgfield knows the many twists and turns you've taken to arrive. Eventually, you will arrive in a brand new tile, I believe, at the mouth of a river pouring into the oceans behind you. A great arch stands, and now so does the party inside a buzzing swamp in this tile right here on our lovely map that I guess we should probably zoom in a little bit for our stream. Boom.
So
Let's
we're
see,
right at
let's
the
zoom
mouth
in.
of the river. Okay.
Yes, as it pours into the ocean. You hear it rumbling behind you. It is a lazy river, even here at its mouth, presumably at its widest, where the most water is, kind of pouring into the ocean. I described it as rumbling, but even still here you see it's lazily running, really, more than anything. The volume is enough to make a loud noise, but the waters themselves are not swift, nor are they particularly difficult to cross. The archway behind you is covered in mud and growing grasses, not grasses, but like molds and funguses. There's a kind of slimy greenery to everything around you. Your boots and your pack animals will begin to sink into the muddy, like soft soil around you. Everything just squelches and squeals. As well as buzzes with insects, as you are in a kind of strange environment in Antrim. There is a cool and cold forest nearby you. There is the interminable heat and dry sun of the hills, and now you find yourselves in a very moist, like humid environment. The sweat beads on your bodies immediately and does not get whisked away. The heat kind of sinking in a deeper, more frustrating way that does not blow with the wind away from you, but pervades across your bodies. As you step into this new world, party, you have 3 rations, 6 whole spanking new exploration points at the start of a new day, and a new world in front of you. Who will lead us as you step into this brave new environment?
I'll go first, and I figure, because I was just about to ask this, are there any other structures besides the Twisted Arch? Why not take the explore action here, right where the arch is?
Absolutely. Dagnab, with a burst of energy, thinks, yes, now is the time to start exploring wildly, and you will spend 1 exploration point to search this hex thoroughly. Tell me, Dagnab, how do you go about finding whatever might be hidden along this this hex here?
So I think that given we're in a swamp, probably if there are any like structures or anything left over, they've probably sunken in. So I try to look for anything that looks like maybe like nature has taken over an artificial structure. So any curves or anything that looks like too geometrical or too too artificially shaped, but even if it has been covered over by eons of time.
All right, I like it. Looking for something out of place in the geometry. This, to me, seems like something very wisdom-oriented as I throw my dice on the ground. Gonna have to find that one later, reach into the bag, get another one. I would love for you to roll me either perception wisdom or survival wisdom, your choice, whether you are understanding your kind of surroundings and tracking for unusual things or just looking with your eyes for an unusual shaped sign.
So I think I'll just do perception, so we'll just subtract a 1 from this roll here.
Beautiful.
Oh, that should be a normal, not a disadvantage. So that's a 25. Oh man, a crit. Okay.
Wow, a 25. Despite offending the gods earlier, they seem interested in having you find something. You will have a successful little adventure here. As you search this hex for something of note, you are going to eventually find yourself coming back towards the river side itself. As you are some few miles upriver from where you started, following unusual signs, you find what would be perhaps an old fishing village of some kind. Ruined stone humps of houses, shapes of stone that clearly were come together by some past peoples, dwellings of some sort. They are ruined beyond repair or salvaging as you start looking through them. Stones sunken into the mud to such a degree you do not believe them salvageable. Stones broken, weathered by immense amounts of time and water, mold growing everywhere. But nearby to this, as you search further, you will stumble onto a large formation of bog iron growing around a groundwater spring very close to the riverside. And here you see this bog iron in abundance. You could spend some time to harvest the iron and bring it back to Ansham for 1 metal.
Sure, absolutely. I think that probably is smart, given that I think iron is one of the things we need. Although, quick question, Greg.
Yeah.
Because you mentioned the fishing village, although the current one isn't salvageable, given that this seemed to have been a prime spot at one point for fishing, if we invested resources in this spot at the future, could we build a new fishing village here?
Go ahead and give me a survival wisdom check as you check the waters for fish.
All right. So that's a 12.
On a 12, yeah, I mean, it seems reasonable, right? There's no reason why there wouldn't be fish here. Sure.
Okay. So this could, and I think the fishing village is like a food providing building, right?
Yes. So it is something you could build during your downtime, much like a hunting camp or something else. You would need a secure location to do it. You look around. Oh, I don't know. Seems secure-ish. Nothing's fighting you.
We can certainly make it more secure if it isn't right now.
You could. Yeah. Would you like to instead spend time securing this this spot for future building rather than
I'm going to
mining?
leave that to the next person if they want to use their exploration point to do that. I think just given, since you pointed out the bog iron, let's just make sure, and I'm going to make the executive decision to use an extra point to secure the iron.
Absolutely. You gather your party to show what you have found and get to work gathering bog iron from this spring. It is an early form of metals, actually. One of the first harvestable irons that I could find in my research. I don't know how it was mined, however, so I'm not going to describe it. I am not a metallurgist.
I think they literally, it's just like digging it out of the
I'm pretty
mine.
sure, yeah, you just get it out of the water in like a big sifter. But
Bogs are like so interesting because anything that goes into a bog that's like say an animal carcass is in the bog, anything that's like below the water just does not rot, which is a very interesting like concept.
we don't see anything below the water here, but we do see a lot of iron in it, bog iron specifically, and you will gain 1 medal, 60 pounds of bog iron actually to place on your mules, for those that are tracking them.
I'll just put it on my mule, guys, so you don't have to track anything.
Perfect.
Excellent.
So you spend a good amount of time panning for iron, getting it laden down in your bags, and eventually, tired from your work, sweating profusely and having it not go anywhere, it will come to somebody else to lead us as we stand in the ruins of a fishing village, wet and sopping, and bags full of iron.
Would like to hijack the party, as I am wont to do.
All right, Blessed Mountain,
And
you hijack the party. What will we do?
We will go Galactic Northwest.
All right, you head galactic northwest, leaving behind the potential fishing village that old McNabb might have had in mind. Excuse me. As you travel to the northwest, you are in a swamp and you are traveling to a tile with a river in it. This is going to be a difficult trek. I don't believe you've had the pleasure of marching through mud and muck, waters from the river often expanding out into the swamp around you, not as like a river itself, but just as like standing water almost over, like coming its own banks. Your boots, your animals sink. It is difficult. This is going to cost you 4 whole points of movement, 3 for the swamp and 1 for the river. It is a tiring and long trek. As you move, would you please roll me a D100 on our encounter table, Mr. Soul Crusher?
All right. I'm gonna be very sad if I roll a 100 though.
Will you?
Oh, thank God.
You will roll an 83. Excellent. On an 81 to 83, Mr. Blessed Mountain, as you are struggling through the swamp, making your way through one arduous step at a time, searching for higher ground, you will get a chilling sensation down the back of your neck. It is very clear to you that something is watching, hunting. As you look to the skies, you will notice a strange head with wings sprouting from its ears, bigger and more terrifying than any that you have seen before. As it stares down upon you, what do you do? Do you engage this creature? Do you try to hide? Do you try to run? You have a moment to decide.
I think I engage the creature, and I start immediately by activating my Watcher's Will.
All right.
On myself, on Borbfield, and on Lasker. I will use it.
All right, perfect. You wheel about and you activate your Watcher's Will, channeling your faith into, I guess, your like presence, right? You just give your party a boost of morale and maybe intelligence and wisdom. And as you wheel around, you shout, perhaps, you prepare your party, and a beast descends. Let me pull this monster out as we grab a matron. Party.
A matron? Oh, geez.
I
Okay,
would
that doesn't-
like for you to click on your tokens and roll for us some initiative.
Gregor, you need to stop setting my initiative to 1 every
Big
time.
initiative from the mountain.
Now, question for you, Greg. I know initiative is based on dexterity. Does it count as something I have to subtract a 1 from?
No, I do not count initiative as a skill check or a saving throw. I know that
Okay.
per some guy on the internet that may or may not have had a hand in writing the game, that is arguable, but we don't believe in Twitter rules here.
Cool. Very good.
No, I'm not going to make you take a -1 on it. I am going to try to find my combat music, though. Roll20 is behaving very slowly today for me. I apologize if this is a clunky transition, but I'm fighting Roll20 a little bit. Okay. Combat begins. You whirl to face this creature that has been hunting the party. Dagnab, you are tired. You're hauling this metals through an unnatural swamp, but you are given the magic of Blessed Mountain's presence, and you are first to react as this creature descends. What do you do?
Actually, I am the one who has not been blessed, unfortunately. But I am an Energizer Bunny, so...
Let's piss off more
Another
corpse.
copyright
Yes.
infringement. Yep.
Let's
All
go.
right. There we go.
Gotta collect
Let's
them
go.
all.
So I am just gonna run right up, I think, and I'm gonna get out my bouncy hammer, my inflatable hammer, and just wind up and pow!
All right, you pull from your pockets, not a drum like an Energizer Bunny, but a big Acme hammer, because screw those corpos, and you take a giant swing. Go ahead and give me a roll to hit here against this creature.
And I'm gonna do it two-handed, I think.
Beautiful. That is a 19 total. That will hit AC. Go ahead and roll me some damage.
Okay. Oh, man.
It will take 5 points of bludgeoning damage. Your hammer makes a nice, satisfying squeaky as it strikes true, and the creature has to, like, change the course of its flapping ear wings to stay afloat. Clearly, you've struck true.
Well, I'm not super satisfied with that, so I think what I will do is launch into Flurry of Blows. So I'm going to spend a key point, and then I can make, I'm going to drop one of my hands off my weapon, which, that's allowed, right?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
I'm
okay,
chill.
cool.
At the very worst, you could, like, start jump kicking it, man. You're a Harengon monk.
Yeah, alright, cool. Just making sure. And so, unarmed attack 1.
That's 20 will strike true. Oh!
And unarmed attack 2 probably a miss, right?
Yes, the second one will unfortunately miss, but with a flurry of squeaky hammer energy, you will punch this thing a second time, causing it to dip course again, and it will stare at you, mouth open, fangs glistening with dripping saliva. You have gained its attention. But before its attention can be turned to violence, Borbfield, he'll come to you. What do you do?
Right. Good question. What will Borbfield do? I think as a very good barbarian fighting an enemy he's never seen before, I will rage to begin with.
Mm-hmm.
And I'll run in to give a little hand to the bunny. Even though I don't really like bunnies too much. I'll give him a hand. He's been a useful fool so far. Where's my token? There we go. And I'll give him a 1-2 with both my longsword and a short sword I just purchased.
Ooh.
So that's the longsword.
All right, your swords flash steel slicing into flesh for 8 points of damage with the longsword. Before you make your second attack here, you have bloodied this creature. with your longsword attack. And when it is bloodied, the matron gives out a horrible shriek. All creatures within 30 feet of it, which I believe might be everybody. No, only Dagnab and Borbfield. I would love for you to please make for me a DC 15 Wisdom saving throw, or become frightened by this creature.
No chance.
Oh, unfortunate. Oh, you guys have such strong wisdoms, willpowers. You power through the screech. You are not stunned by fear. Borbfield, your turn continues.
And as I use my short sword, I strike with a 16, but right before I hit him in the face, I remember I used my bonus action to rage, and I take back my sword. I'll be like, this is a fair fight, so I'm not going to use it.
Smart. Okay. With that, the creature will go. The first thing it's going to do is roll for recharge. It does not recharge its stunning shriek, and instead will use its flyby mechanics to get away from you just a little bit, flying over your heads up here, closer to muddy, gross swamp waters. And it is going to land on its chin, where you see its whiskers act like little legs, and it dips its wings into the mud for but a moment, and it rises up from the mud and brings to life multiple little mephits that will roll into turn order right now. Excellent. They will go on the same turn as the matron, it looks like, on 14. That's really funny. Okay. They're going to act right away, because they're crazy little freaks that like that stuff. And they're going to rush forward. Let us see here, Mr. Creatures. They are going to rush to the closest thing they can see. So the first one is running to Lasker. The second one is running to Borbfield. And these mephits are going to immediately start whacking with their fists. Lasker, the first mephit will attack you with a 6. Its little fists just cannot do damage to you. Borbfield, the mephit in front of you, will attack with a 20. Will that hit?
Absolutely it will.
Excellent. Please take for me 3 bludgeoning damage. I would also like for you to make me a Constitution saving throw as the mud from this mephit begins to cover your barbarian body and armor.
Ah.
Borbfield, the mud, it burns. It is so hot, like primordially so. Until you can get this mud off of you, you will take D6 fire damage at the start of all of your turns. Mud mephits go, things go. Lasker, you are 1v1ing this creature in the mud. What do you do?
You know, the mud mephits, Lasker notices, kind of dodges, but his eyes are mainly focused on this floating head. He's really looking at this, and I think if I want to shoot at it, I have to leave this thing's range, because I think I have disadvantage on shots if I shoot him right now. So
I think we ruled that you would have disadvantage against the mephit, but not against the heads.
I was waiting to see if somebody would say that. Yes.
Is that fine? Okay.
I have played with the range disadvantage rules a little bit, and I always forget which one I'm using in the current campaign. I generally like that shooting a creature that is in melee range with you gives you disadvantage, but firing at a creature not in melee like range with you, even if somebody's right there, and just the way 5e works feels smoother and cleaner to me. So if we have used that in the past, that is the rule that I would enforce here.
Okay. Thank you for letting me know. Then I will use my bonus action, because I want to kill this thing as fast as I can, to do a little bit of a Hunter's Mark action.
Absolutely.
And it's put a bit of a bullseye appears on the forehead of this creature, and I shoot at that bullseye.
Perfect. It's target practice time. A bullseye appears. Your bowstring snaps, and your
For 25.
arrow flies true. Go ahead and roll me some damage as you hit this thing.
Yeah. Ooh,
Almost directly
min
in the
damage.
bullseye.
6 damage.
Dang. You hear it screech a little bit in surprise and pain as your arrow sticks nice and true in the target.
And I'll move one to the right. Give Blessed Mountain chance he wants to move there or not.
All right. Blessed Mountain, you see the way cleared in front of you, a straight line to the creature. What do you do?
Hey, run, but in a slightly not straight line.
He does not take the straight path. All right.
I refuse to be punched by a mud mephit. I refuse. And I will whip out this lizard man Morningstar and try to slap this monster in the face.
All right.
Nope.
Oh.
All right, I'm going strong as I always do when I'm a melee.
We love natural ones. You like slip on some mud because like you're trying to avoid this mud mephit, and you're in the swamp and you haven't ever been here before, and like your boot sticks for a second because you kind of sunk into the mud, and then you like make this like running like arc path. You just slide up next to this matron. Your swing doesn't get there. You have to stand up in shame. But as he stands up in shame, Dagnab, it returns to your turn. What will you do?
I suppose I should have asked, but there's no difficult terrain, right?
Not on this map currently, no. I mean,
All
like,
right, cool.
the swamp is
sure.
swampy, but we can move around freely here.
All right. Well, in that case, because I am a quick little rabbit, I can move 40 feet and sort of avoid the mud methods and get right up there.
Sick.
And I am going to do another two-handed Warhammer swing.
All right, your squeaky hammer comes down true once again, perhaps striking the bullseye as well for 6 more bludgeoning damage. The matron is now on death's door. It shrieks, it is in pain, but it does not die.
And I think I will, because this creature does seem a little dangerous, expend another key point just to make a couple more unarmed attacks.
All right. The
So
14 is going to hit, actually. For 7 bludgeoning damage. It does not quite die. Your fist rocketing it back. The 18 hits as well for 6. Dagnab, please describe how you defeat the matron of our ghoul.
So I think that what I do is I'm like, dribbling it with my feet like a basketball.
Nice.
And then I just pop it in the hoop, all air.
All right. We briefly turn into Space Jam, and you Lola Bunny the shit out of this guy through a hoop. He lands in the mud, face up, eyes rolled back, unmoving and dead. But the combat does not end. Boardfield, you are covered in mud, steaming and boiling muck as this mephit faces you down. At the start of your turn, please roll for me 1d6 and take that much fire damage.
God damn you, McFly! I would be resistant to this if not for you. I'm gonna do a very silly move. I'm gonna go prone and roll in the mud. I don't know if you're gonna let me use it as a movement or is it gonna be an action, but I'm gonna try to make the burning mud.
I think
kinda...
to get rid of the burning mud, regardless of how, the method of choice, you're going to take an action. Stop, drop, and roll, I think, is an effective choice to get rid of any burning situation you might have. I'm going to allow it. I'm not going to require you a check, but you will spend your action rolling in the mud to cleanse yourself.
Perfect. And because I didn't attack with my action, I can't really use a bonus action for anything. So I'll stand up if I can, and I'll end my
Absolutely.
turn, really.
You stand up, covered in different mud now. A avatar of mud wrestling. The matron is dead, but the Mephits, they continue their assault. The creature in front of you, facing down Mud Wrestler Extraordinaire, will lunge out with its fists once more to strike you. A 15, I assume, will miss.
Yep.
All right, Lasker, you see the same happening to you. Mephit fist striking forth. Does a 14 strike you?
Does not hit me. No.
Ah, Lasker, you dodge out of the way of its little fists. Your bow in hand. What do you do?
Not too worried about this little thing. Hasn't hit me. Can't really hit me. Let's move 5 feet, just so I can get a nicer line towards this one at Borgfield. Seems like this one's more effective. And I will bonus action shift my mark. The bullseye's in the middle of this thing's body now, and I will shoot at the bullseye.
I love it. The bullseye shifts, and you fire. Twang! Your bow strikes. Oh, the arrow flies
24.
true. Go ahead and roll me some damage. For
Okay, then. 7
points of damage. This is going to be 14 against this creature, which will bring it to bloodied. Beautiful. Your arrow strikes true and pure, and it seems super effective to you. Like, you've got the fighting game, like, voiceover going crazy in your head. you just hit the best, like, arrow shot of your life, and you don't know why it was so good, but you know it was great.
I will mention, I'll just assume it's because I'm that good. I won't say out loud.
Clearly. Blessed Mountain, the rabbit has taken care of the creature in front of you as you get up from your awesome 6 slide. That was definitely not a natural one. What do you do?
We'll move forward. Whip out. It was the Morning Star, so I'm gonna put that away and whip out a Warhammer and try to slap this creature in the back of the head.
All right.
Nope.
A 10, unfortunately, does not beat AC 11, as the creature's muddy, amorphous body just kind of bends around the Warhammer that you strike it with, not seeming to take much in the way of damage.
They're so strong, I don't know what's going on.
Dagnab, it comes to you as you have taken care of the beast in front of you. 2 more remain. What do you do?
So I'm just gonna do what I do best and hop on over. And you know what? This hammer's working pretty well for me. Oh, I said that too soon.
AC 11 does in fact get hit there. Your Warhammer squeaks mightily as it strikes true for 12 bludgeoning damage. You too realize that your hammer is quite good. The video game announcer goes crazy in your head as well. But it does not bring the character down. Only to death's door it goes.
Alright. Now I forget, am I allowed to make an unarmed attack in addition, or is that only with Flurry of Blows?
I think as a monk you can bonus action punch once.
As long as you have
Flurry
an
of Blows is
open,
key.
like, hand or, like, kick, I
Okay,
suppose.
so
as a
I'll just,
monk. Yeah.
I'll give it a good kick as well.
That 16 will hit. It cannot live minimum damage from you. As you kick it, the creature explodes in mud. I would like Lasker, Dagnab, and good old Blessed Mountain to make me Constitution saving throws. DC 12. That is a success from Dagnab, a success from Blessed Mountain, and a failure from Lasker. The successful people, mud covers you. It's boiling, it's hot, but it doesn't bother you that much. You will take half. Lasker, or not Lasker, yes, Lasker, you will take a full 2 points of fire damage from the muddy explosion.
like Lasker said, an effective method. Wasn't worried
He
about it.
wasn't great, was he? As the mud explodes, kind of covering, kind of not, the party members over here, Borbfield, the mud wrestler, is in a one-on-one duel. What do you do?
I kind of rub my mask off, and it kind of has the mustache of mud, like Hulk Hogan. He's like, right on, 1-on-1. Just what we wanted. And I'll give him a 1-2.
The longsword will strike true for 14 plus 4. Yeah, dead. The creature immediately erupts. Your longsword going right through it like a butter. Your constitution save is unfortunately not great. You will take the full 4 points of fire damage as boiling mud erupts onto you. You don't have to roll around the mud for this one. It's just a single.
Yeah, I'll just say Borbfield is kind of walking away from him, and he explodes behind him, and Borbfield doesn't even
It
look
just
back.
hits your back.
Yeah.
Fair. All right. With that, combat comes to an end, party. You had a brief, vicious combat, but the swamp is once more peaceful, at least for the moment. As you gather yourselves, what do you do?
Do we want a short rest, or are you guys ready to go on?
We used all of our points today.
Yeah,
Because
we don't have
Oh, I
any more
forgot
points.
it's
more to
the
move
exploration
here.
point to do a
Yeah.
short rest. Okay.
Yeah, before we do our nighttime nap, I will lay on hands Borbfield and Lasker. How much health are you missing, Borbfield?
I am at 19 out of 27, so I'm missing 8.
Okay, I can do that. I can get
Oh.
both of you then. So I'll have 5 left.
I want to check the matron's head
Mm-hmm.
/ head. Just see if there's writings on it. Just see what's on this head.
There are no writings on its head, but much like other creatures like it that you have seen before, there are many piercings, studs of gemstones, precious metals, earrings, nose rings, cheek rings. It is covered in many piercings, and you could pluck them from the creature's body. It's mostly a head, with ears that are actually wings, and recover them to sell them back at Antrim.
I'll cover them. And sorry, I said Ryan's meant runes. Sorry, but probably no runes either.
Runes. No, there are also no runes upon this creature's body.
Got you. Is anyone else missing health after lay on hands?
No, everybody should be full health.
Okay.
And
I'm
yes, we
down
would love
1
to
if
leave.
you want to spare one.
I mean,
Down 1? Yeah, you can have it.
All right, cool.
if before we
Yeah.
go back, I guess I'll get a bag
Mhm.
and I'll put a little bit of a mistletoe in it, shake up the pouch. Inside of it, 10 cat treats will appear.
Oh.
Inside of it, there's small dried salmon, and I just hand out. If you guys want any salmon, if you need a little health, or just keep it on you for the night and day. It should last till end of tomorrow. And I'll
Yes.
hand each of you 2 salmon if you want it.
Thanks.
Absolutely.
They are very smelly. They're pungent.
Love that. Thank you.
Very good.
Anything for you guys? And a big smile.
We would love to loot this Vargule as well.
All right, you begin plucking gemstones. Blessed Mountain, would you please roll me 7d8 in value that you can collect from this particular creature?
There you go.
26 gold pieces of value. Excellent. You pluck this creature clean, filling your pockets and bags with as many of his valuable piercings as you can. before eventually leaving the creature behind. You give yourselves the good touch, you find yourselves the good cat treats, and you continue marching until eventually you arrive in the tile northwest as far as you can go. The swamp grows once more a little bit quieter as the sun sets behind the mountains to the north and west of you. Deep, dark shade covers the swamp, and it is time to begin setting up camp. It has not been a particularly long day here in the swamp, but, well, I mean, you've not very adventure-filled, but it has been a long and arduous trek as you set up for camp. Is there a mood or anything that happens at camp worth zooming in on, or shall we go straight into our nighttime and our next day?
Blessed Mountain is like, man, you guys really beat the hell out of all those monsters. You know, it's really hard for a paladin like me, you know, wearing all this really heavy armor and this, you know, I just keep getting stuck in the mud and my weapon keeps falling out of my hand. It's the weirdest thing the last couple times I went adventuring. It's like there's a curse or something.
He healed Borkfield, though. You did great on that. No one else could do that.
Yeah,
I mean, your people didn't teach you water running? Oh, come on.
What? You can run on water?
I'm
Oh,
still
God.
working on it. Okay, but mud at least, swamp at least.
Yeah, I sink right to the bottom every time. I don't know.
All right. The
As
party...
you guys are arguing, I'm just flexing in the back, you know.
Excellent. With this mood, the party settles down for the night, ready to get themselves going. As you do, you sleep in your tents, you set up watches. I would love for the party to all roll me D100s here in the swamps.
Greg, I'm gonna roll a D1. I'm gonna roll 100 because Gorefield is calling me. We're getting close to his location. Never mind.
Okay, I rolled 2. I got you, brother.
All right, we have a 2, a 35, a 52, and a 59. You will know that the swamps are more dangerous than the wilds closer, but not more so. The second lowest will set the danger, which is a 35. On Dagnab's watch, let us see what we might find on a 35 in the camp encounter. No, camp encounter goes 1 through 50 before stuff starts happening. You have a peaceful night and an easy rest. The swamp is noisy throughout the night, bugs and strange toads and whatever else making all kinds of noise, but you eventually will find the sleep that you need. Please mark 1 ration off as you take your night's rest in the swamp, and the next morning will come. You may regain, or you may spend any number of hit points or hit dice that remain in your pool to regain hit points. Blah. Stuff, as well regain spells and class features associated with a long rest in a player's handbook. This next morning, you will get 6 new exploration points and 1/2 of your hit dice pool total rounded up to be refreshed for the next day. As morning comes and the camp is packed up, the marsh once more alive in the morning, the sweat beating on you already, even this early. Who will lead the party for our next bit of adventure?
Do we want to explore this tile, guys?
Yeah,
Uh,
I was thinking we could like explore this one and then head like north one to that hill and see if we can see anything cool from up there.
Oh yeah, might give us a good vantage point.
I think that'd be good.
Sure. Borkfield will get distracted by some bugs and then probably just start walking around in circles. Hoping in dumb luck he's gonna be able to explore and find a new location or...
All right.
Anything
Bornfield,
else?
you get distracted chasing a bird, but eventually in your chasing in circles, you begin to explore the hex. Tell me, Mr. Bornfield, I guess you're doing exactly what you said, running in circles and searching. I think that's just a flat perception wisdom as far as I can tell. If you would please make for me a perception wisdom roll.
That's what I was going for.
That would be
22.
great. 22 is a success. We don't even need to look at the DC. You are going to be successful in your tracking here. As you run in circles in this swamp, muck flying up around you, your heavy footsteps sinking into the mud with every rush, you are going to eventually find something of interest. Here where the swamp is kind of at its muddiest, where the water pools, you and the party chasing after you, and the bird that you are chasing, indeed, will find itself a few miles away from the river, where firmer ground gives way to scalding pools of muck. Periodic rumblings spew sludge and mire into the air around you, and you realize these mud eruptions are scalding filth, much like the mud mephits burning muck you experienced before. These eruptions seem every few minutes, spraying the area, making exploration difficult and tiring. You and the party are about to turn away from this bird you were chasing and this awful terrain when the glint of treasure catches your eye, half buried in the mud and steaming from the last spray of scalding muck. Tell me, what do you do as you sit in this blistering, bubbling spring of mud with treasure just on the horizon?
I'll take off my mask just this once. I don't want it to get burnt, you know. I'll leave it aside.
Save
My
the
long
mask.
locks glistening in the air, you know, and in the wind, and my beautiful face. I'll look towards the party. Does anybody have a shovel or anything similar?
I didn't know that mask came off.
Blessed Mountain smiles and runs to his mule and is like, "I brought a shovel for just such an occasion." And he pulls out an alchemy jug and pours a quart of oil on you and oils you up.
Lube me up, woman.
Okay, here you go. It's like a slip and slide. If it hits you, it'll fly right off. I promise. I hope.
So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna run in there and try to be as quick as possible, like put a shovel or a sword, something in the floor, and just yeet it to the party, whatever it is on the floor that we see, as strong as I can.
You're gonna run in, yeet treasure, and run out, trying to quickly grab what you can and get out. You get lubed up, oiled up, the bubbling pools exploding, muck and burning mire around you, and you rush forward, shovel in hand. You begin digging in quickly, throwing back pieces of gold, strange objects in the mud. You can't even look at them. You gotta get out of here as quickly as you can. Muck explodes around you. You get covered in it briefly. You throw more stuff back at the party, and you rush out. The party trying to maintain a safe distance as best they can. Borfield, as you do a quick smash and grab, I would like for you to take me 1 level of exhaustion as you rush through the muck and mire. You get covered in boiling and steaming mud, but you are quick about it, and you only receive 1 level of exhaustion. After rushing through these bubbling pools, you retreat some distance and begin to look through your pile of muddy rewards. You will find that there is gold. Not coinage or minted gold, but raw gold, almost nugget-like, gleaming in pockets and also spackled with rock and other metals. There is about 150 gold worth of value that you pulled from the mud. In addition, there were some strange objects you chucked up as well. Some of them are useless and nothings, but you will find 2 intact potions, both of which are fairly clear, with different strange items floating inside of them.
Okay. Well,
I dare you to taste one of them.
You know, I have a potion just like this. Greg, are these potions of giant strength?
These ones are not. No.
Okay.
It does not appear to have a giant's toe or finger or whatever it is. I don't.
I think it was
remember
like a
which one.
knuckle bone or
Knuckle,
something.
yeah. It does not have a giant's knuckle floating inside of it. These are clear. One of them has a frog's eye or a newt's eye floating inside of it. And the other has what appears to be a small eyeglass, but like in miniature, floating inside of it.
Okay.
Ooh, that eyeglass one could be useful if we can get somewhere high, maybe.
Do you guys want to take a short rest to identify them?
I don't.
I
Personally,
think
not so
yeah,
much.
why not?
But
It's up to you guys. We'll have enough, I think, to move to this hill, and still be able to search even if we use a point here, because we're not next to the river anymore.
Yeah, we'd use, is it 3 points for that hill?
Okay, I mean, I'm fine. Yeah, I mean, because they could be useful, especially if we're trying to find stuff.
And
Yeah.
then Greg,
Yeah.
did we? I don't think we rolled a D100 in case there was like an encounter for today.
We did not. I'm trying to play a little loose with the encounters on searching to see how it feels.
Okay.
Just I'm doing
Sorry.
some like testing. No worries. I usually make people roll. It's reasonable to think about. I'm doing some A/B testing, I guess, to see how I feel with it.
Hell yeah. We're balance testing, boys. So do you want a short rest here, or should we move first?
We should probably move first so we know what the situation is, and then
Go to the hill, and then if we get hurt, then a short rest would be even more beneficial.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. You pack up your newly found treasures, get yourself extricated from the boiling, bubbling pools, and prepare to move yourselves a bit away from the true depths of this swamp. Tell me, who's gonna lead us north to the kind of hilly portion of this swampland?
I think Lasker hasn't gone yet.
Yeah, I'll lead us north. Galactic North.
All right,
Yeah.
Galactic North, as any true hero knows. You will make your way Galactic North. This tile appears to me to be more of a hill than a swamp. So I am only going to charge you 2 points for this movement, bringing us down to 3 for the day. Here, though, it is not truly a hill like the Arusted Hills. I suppose I should show the map for the stream. It's not truly a big hilly expanse. This is a rise away from the swamp. The ground grows firmer, but you are still clearly in swamps here. It is a mucky water kind of beneath the solid rock around that you walk. You get a nice rise above. You can see down. Still trees and ferns grow here. The brush of salt marsh is still seen and prevalent. As you march away from the river and to a little bit firmer ground, Lasker, would you please roll me a D100 on our encounter table?
I'd love
See
to.
If you are accosted.
27.
A 27 is a pretty low roll, but you are going to find a 26 to 30 encounter. The mud, muck, and standing waters of the swamp on the path that you lead the party on give way to much firmer ground, which is expected going to the hills, but even more so than you realize. It makes the journey easy to get there. We are going to gain +1 exploration point, bringing your total to 4 when you arrive at the hillside overlooking the swamps in front of you.
Damn.
Nice.
This will come from the ground, yeah.
Hell yeah.
So, party, you have arrived at this large hill overlooking some of the swamp. Ferns and muck still surround you, but you find pretty firm ground, and it's been pretty easy going, actually, since your exploration with the bubbling pool of mud. What do you do now?
Do we want to explore first or identify the potions first?
I think we should identify the potions. So I would like to use my turn to short rest us.
All right, we will spend an exploration point here, bring us back down to 3, and you will take a short rest. You spend an hour or so on nice firm ground to nibble at your rations, drink from water, just generally rest up. You may take the benefits of a short rest if you need them, regaining spells and class features tied to it. Spending half of your hit dice pool if you would desire. But also, you spend some time with these potions, giving them a nice nibble, giving them a nice whiff, trying to identify them, which you will do so. Blessed Mountain, you find that the potion with the Newt's Eye is a potion of clairvoyance. And
Nice.
you will also find that the potion with the little glass lens in it is a potion of mind reading.
Oh, okay. That's pretty good.
What's the range of clairvoyance? It's not super far, right?
Let me find you the exact rules here. I don't have them on my specific note screen.
The range
So-
is a mile.
Yeah, Potion of Clairvoyance just casts the Clairvoyance spell.
It's a mile you can cast it.
Okay, so
1
it's not really
mile
useful
is
for like
correct.
trying to look into other hexes.
Well, you
Alright,
could-
oh well.
If we got into like the tile with the big temple, you could use that
To
probably
look into
to
temple,
try to look
yeah.
into the temple. Yeah.
I was just hoping
safely.
for that maybe one of them would be like a thing of far seeing or something, like a telescope and a
Oh, yeah.
potion or
A potion of tell me everything in this hex, Greg.
I don't know.
That sounds
I
like a sweet
mean-
potion.
If you
Hell
look
yeah.
a mile high in the air and look down, that probably helps a lot with looking at a hex.
Oh, for
compared to
sure.
looking down.
Yeah. Well, do we want to just explore? I can lead that.
Yeah, go for it.
All right.
You
Cool.
have freedom to do whatever you so choose.
All right.
The party will pack up. After a short rest and some potions identified, you are ready to move on. After getting everything back in your bags and mules ready to go. Dagnab, it sounds like you're going to try to explore this hex. Tell
Yeah.
me,
Why not?
how do you go about doing that?
I think I'm just sort of getting up on sort of higher points and just taking a look, and I don't know if it's anything too fancy, but just trying to use the sort of relative heights in this area to my advantage.
Okay. You get on as many hilltops as you can find to look down and see what you can see. Go ahead and give me a perception wisdom check as you search this area. That is an 11, which will not beat our discovery DC in the swamp of 14. Despite your raised elevation, it seems that you aren't able to find anything particular of note other than more hills and more swamps. That is going to
Okay.
bring our exploration points back down to 2 for the day. Party, it is getting late, and it is difficult traveling here in the swamplands. You know it is unlikely you'll be able to make it much farther. What do you do with the rest of your day?
Just to recap, both the mountain tile and the swamp tile to go even more east would require 3 exploration points, right?
Yes, I believe the swamp and the mountain are both 3. I can double check my own rules here. Swamps are 3 points, mountains are 3s, yes. And rivers add a hex. If
Does
they
someone
are
else
in the
want to try
tile.
exploring then?
Yes, Borbfield would suggest that he would explore next then.
Okay, Borbfield, you have the points. You take over where Dagnab was unsuccessful. Begin looking around for something of note. Tell me, how do you search this hex?
I mean, we are on a hilly area, and when water is running down the hill, if it's constantly wet in here, it's constantly raining, there's gonna be like what do you call it? You know, when water washes away parts of the hill.
Like
Maybe we're looking
gullies?
for gullies, but like some sort of erosion going on on the
Mhm.
area.
Alright.
So just really looking for if anything has been washed away by waters in
You
those
begin
crevices in the hills.
searching the area for signs of rocks and stones scoured by water, erosion, gullies, something along those lines. As you search, would you please give me a survival wisdom check? As we have found a DC 14 in this area.
17.
A 17 with your exhaustion. You are going to be successful as you march the party around this area. You are going to eventually find yourself in a strange clearing. Sure enough, water does rush down hills. You find some marks of erosion, the scouring of water, kind of leading away from the swamp's river, which seems unusual to you. And as you follow this path, you will eventually stumble into a calm, secluded area of the mire between the hills. On a stone outcropping in the mire grow the telltale golden flowers of Tellus Leaf. You could, of course, spend some time, the last remaining exploration point of the day, to gather said Tellus Leaf to bring it back to Ansham.
We most certainly will be doing that.
All right. You gather the party, tell them of your find, and get to work arduously picking, harvesting, and stashing the Tellus Leaf that you have found.
Greg,
Yeah.
during the camp tonight, I don't know if any of the party members tried, but could I brew a cup of tea with a Tellus leaf? It's magical leaf. I'm willing to take a negative effect if it's something bad. with it.
You
I just
can
wanna
do
see what
that.
happens.
You largely know that Tellus Leaf has magic inside of it, and alchemists and apothecaries use it to make potions and use it to do all kinds of stuff. But simply brewing it in tea, while there may be superstitions surrounding it, is not enough to harness its latent powers.
Okie dokie.
Yes. All right. That will bring us to the end of the day, however. Our exploration and then time spent laboriously harvesting this magical leaf will eventually bring us to night. The sun once more sinking behind mountains, dark and shadowy. The swamp grows a quiet type of active. As the party beds down for the evening, we see Borbfield making himself a nice cup of Tellus tea, perhaps superstitiously, perhaps testing it. No one's quite sure. It doesn't really affect much there. Is there anything in particular that we should zoom in on in the night beyond this?
Blessed Mountain will take a full minute casting a spell, and will cast the alarm spell around camp.
Excellent. You alarm yourselves up, ready to be alerted should crazy things go bump in the night.
I will replace people's cat treats because at this point, after a day, they're pretty rotten. You don't want to eat them after a day, so I replace them.
All right.
Give them a bit more.
You
As you're
cast
replacing them, you
another
find out I've eaten
spell,
them.
pull out more pellets of salmon, and get ready to bed down. All right. The night comes. It is deep and dark as normal. Everyone, would you roll me D100s for our night encounter table?
Nice.
He crit. Finally, we've seen it live after 22 episodes.
All right. Our second lowest sets
Yes.
the danger, which
Nice.
is Dagnab's very nice roll.
Nice.
Dagnab, we will zoom in, I suppose, on your watch. And on a 61 through 70, you will find vermin. They are coming to steal from the party. They fly in on wings, bat-like wings, but they are not bats. They are something more akin to giant-ass mosquitoes. A swarm of sturges has come, and they are trying to steal your rations, food and water especially. Thirsty noses seeking out fresh, non-boggy, non-salty water to drink. The alarm spell would normally alert you of terrifying creatures, but these slide under the radar. A swarm of bugs in a swamp. You had to turn that off. It was pinging you non-stop. Blessed Mountain, you couldn't get any sleep. But these are bigger bugs and more scary. Dagnab, as they come to steal rations from your party, what do you do? How do you overcome or avoid the swarm?
Can I try to Okay, so I have an idea here. So I've got some wings too. Now they aren't great wings, but they do allow me some good maneuverability.
Mm-hmm.
And I think what I want to do is sort of lead these bugs on a bit of a ring around and try to wear them out. Just by like doing some fly hops and
you
just sort
are
of
going to attempt to be a ringleader for them and fly them all around to wear them out so they cannot steal your rations. I like this. Okay, so your wings give you flight. We know that you can do this. We're not going to check to see if you can fly, but we need to check to see if the sturges are going to follow you. They're going to try to eat you. They're going to ignore you. How do you get their attention? How do you become their ringleader in this moment?
I think I will put my rations up at risk and use that as the bait.
All right, you bait them with rations to follow you. That sounds excellent. You are tempting them with something they want. That sounds to me like a kind of persuasion. If you are proficient in persuasion, I would love for you to roll with that. I think that this is both wisdom. I also think that this could be charisma if you wanted to be a big performance out of giving it. I would like a persuasion charisma or persuasion wisdom roll from you.
Okay, so let me see here. If so I don't have either of those skills, but I do have pretty good wisdom. So I'm just gonna do kind of a manual roll here. So
all right.
D20 -1 for the negative modifier, +4 for my wisdom.
It's 16. That is a success. You lead this swarm on a grand journey. Your limited flight given to you by the brass wings that you have on your bunny back allows you to rush ahead of these sturges, one bunny hop and one glide at a time, dancing about the hillside. They chase you until you eventually leave them somewhere in the mountains. They head for water or food, more easily caught. It is a matter of maybe an hour or more, but you return to camp, and nothing is stolen, nothing worse for the wear. You successfully avoid the sturge swarm stealing your rations, and the party will rest for the night peacefully otherwise.
Very good.
Excellent. In the morning, please mark off one ration for your time spent resting. As well, you may gain the benefits of a night's rest, same as before. Spells and class features, you may spend hit dice that remain in your pool, regain half. All the good stuff. Morning will come with 6 fresh exploration points for the party and a new day to adventure in. Tell me, party, who will lead us, and what will we do on our new day?
Are we wanting to continue in the swamp or try to go northeast and explore that area that I think nobody's been to?
I think we can move only two hexes anyways a day, so whichever you really prefer.
Probably stay in the swamp. I don't really want to look for, more T-Rexes in weird spots.
Yeah, this area just looks suspicious. I don't like it.
It looks
yeah.
almost peaceful, as some might say.
That's
yeah.
way too peaceful. I don't like it. I'd rather swamp.
So, would this count? This tile count as the swamp region as well, Greg?
Yeah, you're in the swamp. I'm not gonna double dip you on mountain and swamp. All right,
Mhm.
this
Okay.
is 3 either way. This looks to me like the river is more in the hex to the south than it is here. So I'm gonna give you 3 here. So I think you're 3 points regardless of which way you go to the left.
Well, guys, who has anybody? I mean, I'll go. Let's just go to this tile.
All right, Dagnab, you head north and west, making your way to the kind of bottom of some mountains that cradle the swamp. As you march, the ground is firmer here, but it is still clearly a swamp. Ferns and vines grow around you. Mud grasps at your legs in time to time. You do your best to stick to firmer ground, but you push yourself further on. This will cost us 3 exploration points as you push forward. Would you please roll for me a D100 on our encounter table to see if you are accosted?
13.
A 13? That is no encounter. You have a peaceful and easy is relative, but no challenges beyond just the trek through the swamp. You eventually will arrive tired and sweaty in your new region, nestled at the base of the mountains. The kind of swamp spreads out in front of you.
Do we want to explore in this hex or move on?
I would like to use an exploration point to scavenge for food.
Oh, that's
Okay.
a good idea.
Blessed Mountain, you step up after Dagnab leads us here at the base of the mountain, and you think we need more rations. Gotta eat, man's gotta eat. Tell me, Blessed Mountain, how do you go about scavenging for food here? What is your method of gaining your rations?
Blessed Mountain. Key name or key point of his name is Mountain.
Mountain.
As a mountain dwarf, knows that there are goats, mountain goats, somewhere in these dang hills.
Excellent.
And he wants to try to think of where would a mountain goat be, and then go there.
You go hunting for mountain goat. A dwarven pastime, I suppose. You get your javelins ready, sharpened to a point, and begin trekking around. We will subtract 1 exploration point for your scavenging. As you do this, I think hunting is survival wisdom at its finest. Go ahead and give me a survival wisdom check here. A 21.
I'm so good at
You're
hunting.
so
I can't
good.
swing a weapon for anything.
Maybe you missed your calling in life. You were meant to be a hunter, Mr. Blessed Mountain, as you easily track down mountain goats. In fact, you track them down at their favorite watering hole and then commence to the slaughter. You get all of them.
It was as simple as looking for the most unclimbable wall that I could.
You had to go vertically, straight up a cliffside. But once you did that, like a mountain goat, you found the rest of your kin. You are able to recover enough meat to dry and salt or pack away for rations. You find their watering hole. You fill your skins. Everyone, you can only carry 3 at a time as of now in this strange land. Please refill your rations to a full 3 after this successful hunt.
You know, Blessed Mountain, if you look at every enemy as a mountain goat, I think you'd be unstoppable.
Holy shit! That's some crazy technology. I'll have to start doing that.
Yeah.
All right. With rations refilled, fresh meat on the dinner agenda. There's still 2 exploration points left in your adventuring day. Who's gonna lead us for the next little portion, and what will we do?
I'll explore this mountain area since we can't really go into the swamp. Might as well explore it.
All right. You spend some time exploring, looking at this edge of both mountain swamp. How do you go about exploring and finding the secrets therein?
Similar to Dagnab, I feel like having a vantage point can help look for things.
Mm-hmm.
Unlike Dagnab, because he's not a Tabaxi, the better of the Herringons, Tabaxi war we have. I can climb the sheer mountains tops with my claws and get a much better vantage point than his little feet can take him. So I will climb mountaintops to get a better vantage point around the area.
All right, you climb as high as you can to get a good look around to try to find something new and interesting. This sounds to me like perception wisdom at its finest. Go ahead and give me that perception wisdom check. A 9. Unfortunately for you, there will be no new and interesting sights to be seen. And you will have to report back to your friends. There is not to be found.
So seems to be nothing. I just saw a mountainside. There was nothing else.
Mm-hmm.
I'll
There's
kinda-
wanna try?
there's only
I'll-
one exploration point left in our day. Not Norbert. That's your old character, Borbfield. Will you take us home? What is the last thing we will do?
We're gonna show Mr. Ranger how barbarians actually scout out the area.
Mm.
So we're gonna push him outside from the party leader position, and instead of climbing the cliffs, we're gonna descend as fast as we can. We're gonna run down the mountain. We're gonna fall down. We're gonna roll, but we're gonna cover as much ground as we can, trying to explore the hex again.
You are going to use the old roll down the mountain in a barrel tech. This seems really like a smart decision. I
Yep.
would like for you to roll me a d20 unmodified. Let us see if you are lucky enough to barrel roll right into something cool. Oh,
Nope.
Also a 9. Unfortunately, you just roll back into the same spot that other people have been, and you do not find anything of note. That is going to be our last exploration point for the day. Night will fall. Camp must be made again. As the party rests up and gains the benefits of a long rest, a break has been requested, and so we are going to take a small break as well as the party. Go ahead and take care of whatever you need to for the night's rest. Mark down your ration, and we will skip to the next morning on the other side of our break so that we can keep playing a little bit faster. Chat, I will see you in about 5 minutes or so, and we'll see you soon. All right, hello internet, and welcome back to Land Beyond the Mist. As we were going into our break, the party was resting the night away after trying to explore this kind of edge of the mountains and bog-like swamp that they found themselves in. The party rests up from their misadventures, and a new dawn comes with 6 brand spanking new exploration points for us to utilize however we desire. Party, after resting up for a night here at the edge of the swamp and the mountains, who will lead us for our next day of adventure, and what will we do?
Blessed Mountain immediately hijacks the party, and we go galactic southwest 1 hex.
All right,
Southwest.
you go
That sound weird.
southwest 1 hex, leaving some of the mountains behind and traveling once more into the murky and mucky depths of the swamps. This will only cost you 3 exploration points, bringing us down to 3 as the trek becomes much muddier and like heavier going as you leave harder, firmer ground behind. Would you please roll me a D100 on our encounter table? See if we are accosted on the journey.
We are always accosted. That is the way.
That is the way. Very good. On a 40 to 42, you will indeed be accosted by sturges. Many sturges. A small swarm of them returning from the mountains. You find them chasing after, like, the party. Maybe not directly, but they are coming right for you. Blessed Mountain, do you turn to face these creatures as you did the Varghul? Do you avoid them? You have a moment to try to make a decision here. What do you do
It's
as you
like
see a swarm approaching?
There's a ton of these things. Do I know, are these aberrations, or are they just like big
Sturges are just monstrosities, I think.
Okay, alright. I can't turn
They're
them
just
then.
big. They're just big bugs, essentially.
Big angry bugs.
Yeah.
Yeah, I will try to guide us away from an army of Sturges.
All right. They're not even a monstrosity. They're just beasts. Yes, you try to guide the party away from the like straight line of these beasts. You try to avoid them as best you can. How do you avoid them?
I try to find us like a nice pocket where we can sit under like sight level. Like maybe there's like a little hill and we can be on the other side and like crouch down.
All
and wait
right,
for
you're
them
going to
to
crouch
pass.
down. Your attempt to hide from the Sturges. Blessed Mountain, would you please give me a stealth dexterity check?
It's a 0.
It's a 0! You crouch behind a hill, but the swarm smells you. They find you, and they are going to descend and fight. Excellent. Let us go back to our seething Myers encounters, and let me populate it with 12 Sturges.
Jesus
Oh,
Christ.
Jesus Christ.
It is a swarm. There are many, and they are coming. Alright.
Oh no.
1, 2. This is gonna take a second. I'm sorry.
Oh no.
Does anyone
Alright.
have AoE? Good luck, guys.
It was a pleasure knowing you guys. I'll be missing the whole encounter. You're welcome. They call me Blessbot001.
You did your best to hide from these creatures, but they could sniff you out. Party, please enjoy this ambush. Everyone, roll me initiative against the swarm of beasts.
Yes, it's the worst time to roll. 20.
The mountain goat tech works, man. You're about to crit
It's-
them all. You're chilling.
Just pretend they're all mountain goats.
Having 12 enemies active for you is crazy.
Yep.
Yes, indeed. All right, I believe I have everyone's initiative. I do. Blessed Mountain, you are first to react as you realize your hiding is not going well. The swarm is descending upon you. What do you do?
This would be a great time to just run away. But instead, I will cast the bless spell.
All right, you cast
Uh,
Bless.
I shall bless myself. I shall bless Gorefield, and I shall bless Dagnabbit and McGibbet.
All right. You cast a bless on the party outside of Alaska, giving yourself some extra protection. Is that the end of your turn?
That will be it.
All right. The Sturges will go. The swarm is going to descend upon you, in particular, Blessed Mountain. All 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 of these creatures acting in unison. Bum, 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 bum.
Oh, my bless spell.
Mr. Blessed Mountain, does a 15 hit you?
It does not.
It does not. You are not struck by the swarm's many attempts to sting and draw your blood. The next section of the swarm will descend upon... It will descend upon Lasker, the swarm surrounding you. They will attempt to dive and sting upon you, Mr. Lasker. Does a 9 hit you? Probably not.
Close, but no.
You are both surrounded by these creatures, beaks and stingers, attempting to drain your blood. As they do so, they make a strange buzzing and, like, almost in unison noise that disconcerts. While you are the direct attention of a full swarm, you will have disadvantage on attack rolls and saving throws. Dagnab, it is your turn. You are not the direct attention of either of these swarms. What do you do?
Well, I'm gonna beat up some of these swarms.
Okay.
So I think that I am going to bring out just like a big old fly swatter out of my back. And yeah, and just go at it. So let's see. I'll go for the one to my north first, and we'll just see here. That's
A
13 to hit.
13 is not enough to hit. AC 14.
So-
You have bless.
Oh,
Yeah,
I
you are
blessed.
blessed.
Yes,
You
sorry,
are blessed.
sorry.
Go ahead and roll me a d4. I guess you're going to hit no matter what. Yes!
Yeah.
Oh, so much good hitting. Your fly swatter comes down true and hard.
All right. So that will be 8 damage.
8 damage is enough to reduce the swarm's number by 2. Your giant fly swatter knocks down a couple of these bugs. They fall in the mud, but they still seem to be collective over there.
Well, I will continue with a flurry of blows.
All right.
And let me just quick add bless here one moment. That's so. Oh, that's damage. I need to attack. There we go. Plus 1d4. There we go. All right, wonderful. So some unarmed attacks.
All right, go ahead and roll me some damage. You strike true, a flurry of kicks and punches. You are going to reduce the swarm size. Once they hit 3, these will now act as individual creatures. They are no longer a swarm.
Okay. There we go. And,
Excellent.
I moved over here, by the way.
Perfect. Lasker, it comes to you. You are surrounded, the focus of these buzzing creatures. What do you do?
I'm going. I assume focused on me. I have disadvantage on all attacks, correct?
Correct.
At the moment.
Yes.
Then doesn't matter if I use a bow or a weapon anyway. Instead, this encounter, I will use Hunter's Mark. And instead of the bullseye appearing all of them, they'll appear on my eyes as I try to focus down and shoot through the swarm.
All right, go ahead and give me a roll to hit, please. At disadvantage.
At disadvantage. A 14.
A
Nice.
14. Wow, you will hit their AC. Go ahead and roll me damage.
Good damage.
that-
12 points of damage.
12 damage. That is quite good, honestly. That is enough to bat down your arrows. You like fire 2, 3 at a time, like crushing through some of the creatures in front of you. You will reduce their number by half. This is no longer a swarm, but 3 individual creatures that surround you. You are no longer at disadvantage.
I'll stay right where I'm at. Unafraid.
All right. Boardfield, you've seen this swarm reduced in like half in an instant as these creatures are now kind of acting independently, the loud buzzing ending. What do you do?
As I see my party easily dispatching of these bugs, I'm not gonna bother raging. There's no reason. I'm
Okay.
just gonna give a 1-2 to.
All right, your
He's a little
longsword
scared.
slashes out, finding flesh. The short sword, however, will miss. Who do
Bless
you
up.
attack?
That's the 14 for a short sword as well. -1 +4 from bless.
Oh, your short sword will also strike true.
Perfect. So that's no rage damage. Sorry, 6 and another 6.
Excellent. Which two are the focus of your ire?
Sorry, 6 and 2. I keep messing up. My apologies. Okay, so 6 damage is gonna be the one in the middle, and 2 damage is the one right next to me.
Excellent. Your blades lash out, striking true, crushing your enemies in front of you. I've accidentally gotten rid of their initiative. That is okay. We know they go after Blessed Mountain.
Alright, that's it.
All right, Blessed Mountain, it comes to you. The swarm that was in front of you but a minute ago is to a single creature. What do you do?
They've been pulverized. It is my time to kill mountain goats, Copium. And I will try to slap this with a warhammer. I
You
hit
it.
hit it. Oh my goodness.
Die, you stinky mountain goat!
You
Die!
slay the last creature of the swarm in front of you.
And then I will step next to Lasker and just be like, I'll try to protect you. Good luck.
All right, there are
Thank you.
3 Sturges that will go on their turn before Dagnab. They are acting independently. We're gonna have we have 3 creatures. We have 3 party members in range. We're gonna get 1 attack at everybody. Blessed Mountain, you are first. Does a 23 hit you?
Yep.
All right, please take 4 points of piercing damage, and this creature is now attached to you. Excellent.
Why did I get a period in there? Okay, I'm good. My health bar is weird.
And then we're gonna blood drain against Lasker at 11. I assume misses you.
Doesn't miss. Yeah.
Then we will blood drain against good old Borbfield. The 17. I don't think that's gonna hit you.
That's a hit.
Oh, it does. Excellent. Please take for me 7 points of piercing
Oh my
damage.
God.
And this creature is now attached to you.
It's like intercede and tell him bad mosquito or bad mountain goat and bop it on the head.
Interesting.
Does that make me take less damage?
It does.
Yeah,
It'll
you take
reduce the
11
damage
less.
to 0. Since you reduce the damage to 0, I'm gonna claim that this creature does not attach to you. The shield interposes rapidly between. You see like a Sturge sucking blood out of the neck of Blessed Mountain, like between his armor, as his shield stops the same from happening to you.
Don't worry, I got you, buddy.
All right. Dagnab, comes to you. What will you do?
Okay, so I'm gonna hop over here. And first is going to the one to my north. So just a 10. Does that hit?
10 does not hit as you slash out with your quarterstaff. The Sturge, I guess, is just too attached to his neck. It's like hard to get a good shot without hitting your friend.
All right, so I'm gonna have to kick him in the neck then.
Perfect.
Oh,
Everything is more accurate with your feet.
Right.
You strike true. You explode this creature, and if you've ever exploded a mosquito while it was sucking somebody's blood, and probably your own, you will know that it explodes in like a big cloud of blood that's like comes right from Blessed Mountain's neck. As this happens, Blessed Mountain, please take from me half of D4 plus 3 damage. Please take 3 points of damage from blood loss.
And I'm gonna end my turn there.
All right, Lasker, you face down the final 2 of these Sturges. What will you do?
I'm confident that Borgfield can handle his own. So I will bonus action shift the Hunter's Mark onto now the individual Sturge. The target mark encompassing his whole body. I'll stick my dagger out and stab into it.
Ooh, beautiful. Go ahead and give me an attack here. I believe you are blessed.
I'm not.
You are not. Oh.
I
You have to use like a second level for 4.
Gotcha. Well, your 12 will in fact miss the Sturge faster than you expect, nimbly dodging away from your blade.
And I end my turn looking ashamed.
Borgfield comes to you. What will you do?
I mean, I've been using a great axe and I haven't hit a single attack in like 2 sessions. Now I'm using 2 swords, and I'm hitting everything. So that's what I'm gonna continue doing. So that's gonna be a miss.
That would be a
And then
miss.
the
Yeah.
short sword.
The short
Gonna
sword
be a
will hit.
So you are blessed. So if you wanted to roll a D4 to try to hit with the long sword,
I don't think.
I have a -1 anyways.
I
because
think
you
his
have a -1, okay,
minimum
okay.
damage kills it with a short sword anyway.
Okay.
Yeah. Excellent. Your short sword rips through this Sturge in front of you, shredding it before it can get its nice pointy proboscis upon you. Blessed Mountain, you are
quick shot.
facing down the final creature here. What do you do?
I run over to engage it.
Run over to
you
engage.
Stinky mountain goats must be dealt with. Oh,
my
I hate that this
God.
is working. I hate that this is working so much.
You're the mountain
Envisioning
goat
this
hunter.
as a small flying mountain goat, you smash your warhammer down upon it,
It's so
ending this creature. Excellent. Battle comes to an end. The party, victorious after a swarm of creatures, is unsuccessful in sucking them dry. What do you do?
I lay on hands myself.
I want to look at the bodies of these Sturges to see if they're any different than I would expect. If there's any weird abnormalities to them.
Sure. You bend down to inspect these Sturges. What expertise do you have with, like, small, or I guess in this case, large beasts, that inhabit these kind of swampy lands?
I'd say being a hunter, most of my life, looking at the animals, I usually inspect them, making sure, especially with bears, they're not poisoned or have any maggots or anything. Just use that kind of learning.
Sure. You use your knowledge as a hunter of things, beasts. That sounds to me very wisdomy. That sounds to me like survival. Would you make me a survival wisdom check? DC 12.
13.
Okay. Yeah, so you begin inspecting these large creatures. Most of them have been slashed up by swords and smashed by morning stars. They're a little hard to get a real good look at. You largely think that there's nothing amiss with them. But as you continue to kind of go through, diligent as ever, we can't leave any bug unexamined, you will find a relatively intact Sturge. And you will find that the proboscis that they were attempting to attach to you and suck your blood with seems to be artificial. While the bugs themselves are regular old sturges, you've seen them on the mainland. Something has interacted with their stinger. It is made of something metallic, but it's soft, kind of like gold is soft, right? You could leave an indent in it relatively easy if you wanted to, but it's not a metal you recognize. It is so close, in fact, in look to the regular proboscis that if you hadn't found one intact from the fight, you might not have recognized it at all.
I will take that artificial stinger and kind of show it to the group.
Absolutely.
Some of you have maybe been here longer than me. Have any of you seen this kind of metallicness on a creature?
I literally turn around.
You show off your bronze wings attached to your back. This doesn't quite look like the bronze or brass wings of your companion.
Oh. I never really asked, how'd you get those wings?
It was a long and painful process.
Look, sometimes you find brass wings laying on the ground and you just attach them to your back, right? This is normal things.
Surgically, in the middle of the forest or whatever
Yeah,
it was.
Doesn't everyone just do that? Come on, man.
All right.
Yeah.
Speaking of these robotic things, does it remind us in any way, shape, or form of the robots roaming the hills?
The automatons in the hills? No. These do not. The kind of clockwork brass creatures that rustily roam the tarnished hills are very clearly made of brass or bronze. They're made of gears and metals. When you fight them, pieces break off, right? This does not look anything like that, right? While as you closely examine it, you do realize it is a soft, hard metal. It is an artificial proboscis. It is not clearly brass. It is not rusted and old. It seems like some kind of artificial metal even. This looks like it was meant to emulate or appear natural, unlike the kind of clockwork ticking creatures you've seen in the hills.
Because Letsker was the one to essentially butcher this creature. Borgfield will approach him and put a hand on his shoulder and you say, "Listen, man, this thing that you have there, do you think it's made as a weapon for these creatures to be more powerful, or is it somebody taking care of them and making sure they don't die of starvation if they can't use their stingers?"
Probably the former. They can use their stingers pretty effectively, at least the ones on the mainland can. It's meant to do what they did to Blessed Mountain. I don't know why it's a metal. That it's either more potent or it's made to collect blood and bring back. Maybe that's a separate. I'm not sure.
We've seen a lot of weird creatures around in this area. So could it be that these creatures mutated to be weaker than they normally are, and whoever is putting these on is helping them? Or do you think, like you said, it's mostly for collecting and whatnot?
I don't know if I've seen a weaker creature at least as long as I've been here, unless any of you have.
I don't know. I think this is the weakest thing I've seen in the swamp.
Yeah, but it's... What direction did these come from? Did you see these on your rest, Dagnab? You talked a lot about how you ring-led a bunch of these, and that they were jokes, and...
It's the same type, right?
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Yep. It was dark, though, so I couldn't tell they were metal parts.
They kind of chased us down from the mountain. I'm not really certain. Do you think we should take their metal pieces? Are they good for anything?
If you want to stab someone.
I've never seen this kind of metal, so I don't know how valuable it'd be.
Could it
You're
be used as a
you're a
bullfight?
mountain dwarf, right? You have
in fact,
essentially
happen
stone
to have.
cunning.
I have stone cunning, but I also have smith tools.
Ah, very good. Pleasant Mountain, you are an experienced seer of metals, handler of metals. I would love for you to give me a history intelligence check, because I believe that's what gives you your bonus for stone cunning. To see if you get to see how valuable you think this might be. Like, what do you think this could potentially net you?
So this is a d20 plus 1 because I have double my proficiency bonus in it.
Excellent.
D20 plus 1. 17.
All right. So the first thing that you're going to notice as you handle this is not metal from, the mountain, from Mother Earth. This is artificial in a way that, like, strange to dwarves. This wasn't found, like, made in a foundry. This wasn't pulled from the mountain. This isn't like a combination of brass and iron and make steel or anything else like that. This looks to you like artificial metal. It is a second level of artificial beyond. While it is not something you have, like, knowledge with, you know that weird artificial metals, it's like candy to dwarves. You could sell this. I don't know if you have the expertise to work it or make anything out of it, but it's got gold value. In fact, if you collected all of the proboscis, even the broken and damaged ones, you think that you could sell these back home for, like, maybe 100 gold?
Yeah, these are worth a lot of money. This is a rare type of metal. This is like maybe an alchemist made these specifically. It's not actual metal. It's not like iron. It's like transmuted metal of some kind. Like, it was not metal and now it is.
Gotcha.
Oh.
Well, yeah, let's take it.
Yeah, let's collect all, put in a bag.
All right.
Put it in the bag, bro.
You collect proboscis to sell back at Anshem, loading yourselves up. Eventually, you will arrive in your destination Hex, leaving behind the battle site with the swarms of strange proboscis fiends. The party finds themselves here in the swamps. A full 3 exploration points left in your day. The swamp is muddy and murky. You can hear the churning river some miles away from you. And as you gather yourselves, you have like half a day left to explore. Who's going to lead us for this next bit of the day?
Well, you know what? I'll try and just explore around. Maybe we can find the source of whatever made these things.
All right. You are going to attempt to explore the Hex. Tell me, Dagnab, how is it that you go about searching this Hex for secrets?
So I am going to be using my keen ears to listen to try to pick up any distinct buzzing. Maybe I can follow like a couple of stray sturges to the source of whatever made them.
Okay. You open your ears as best as you can. You use your Harengon senses to listen to the buzzing of the swamp. There are lots of sounds in the swamp. Birds and bugs and running water and pooling muck and bubbling mire. But you do your best to attune to sturge sounds. Go ahead and give me a perception wisdom check. As we know, discoveries in this area are DC 14. Oh! My goodness. You're so good at listening at things. You tune out all the noise, much like you do the annoying people around you, and you hone in on a particular set of buzzing, and you proceed to lead the party after them, following through the muck to places as of yet unseen in the swamps. As you follow them, you are going to eventually be led by the buzzing creatures to a strand of old growth in the swamp. Here you see, instead of lots of shrubs, but larger trees. They grow twisted and nodding, crowded and dense, like palisades. Deeper within this like old growth strand, you and the party can see soggy bones floating between the crowded tree roots. And a little beyond them, a cache of gleaming stones or coins waiting to be taken just beneath the surface of the swampy waters. What do you do?
These would be like recent bones.
These bones seem to be picked fairly clean. They are bleached white, like you would see in like a movie, right? There's no flesh upon them. They seem to have sat here in this boggy mire for some time.
Okay. Well, I mean, if I'm not sensing any immediate danger, I'd like to see if there's just anything dangerous that might be killing a lot of stuff around here, like, you know, some big monster hiding in the trees. But otherwise, I'll head over there and lead the party over to where I see shinies.
Yeah, if you're gonna go try to collect this, I will cast a spell on you first.
Sure.
I will cast protection from evil and good.
You cast protection versus evil and good. This protects them against celestial fiends, fey, undead. Yes.
Yep. It also stops them from getting charmed, frightened, or possessed.
Right. Excellent.
If that ever matters.
I don't know.
And then I have 2 more castings of this because it requires a component.
Excellent. You stop for a moment, Dagnab. You look around, trying to find dangerous beasts, terrifying animals, something that might give you a sense of danger. You don't really see anything. The bones kind of freak you out, but the swamp seems calm here. You don't see any beasts. The sturges that you followed here have flown away. And Blessed Mountain walks up, spends his spell, protecting you from a litany of beasties.
Okay. Well, I'm going to... Maybe they just got stuck in some, like, really thick mud or something. So I'm going to try to, like, stick to the trees as I'm, like, hopping it and flapping my mechanical wings. As I go closer and try to get to the cache of treasure.
You are going to flap in with your wings as best you can, making good timing across the little depth here of swamp. But eventually you're going to have to wade in through the old growth where the floating bones and the cache of treasure lie. As you land, your bronze wings having flown you as close as you can, you begin to wade closer through the strand. The roots of the trees noisily writhe and curl. Immediately you feel them trapping the legs that you are walking with and pull, attempting to drag you under and drown you. Tell me, as you feel the grasping, roiling roots, what do you do?
Well, I am going to use my nimble agility to try to sort of slip out from under the grasps, because I imagine that they're like big old tree roots. They can't be too precise with how they're grabbing, so hopefully I can kind of like slip through.
All right. Wading through the water, you try your best to slip out of their grasp using your Harengon-like agility. I would like for you to make me an acrobatics dexterity check. And before you do, I want to know, are you slipping further into the strand to grab stuff, or are you slipping out away from the roots that grasp and curl at your feet?
I think that the smart thing is probably to regroup. If these are like big old tree elementals and they're gonna be like actively trying to kill us, it might be hard to get the treasure.
Away from the trees it is. Go ahead and make me that roll, a DC 15. You are keen and acrobatic. You feel the rush of these grasping roots. You pull your feet away. You flap your bronze wings. You dip, dodge, dive, duck, and dodge, and you get out of the roots, flying back to your party members. And the roiling swamp begins to settle and looks once more pristine and undisturbed as you look back upon it. The, ripples in the water from its momentary thrashing, all that remains of the danger you just escaped.
Well, that explains the bones.
Yep.
What do you guys think? I don't know if I can take on a whole grove of trees trying to kill me.
I mean, Lasker could try sticking a couple of arrows in them.
It can. I don't know how effective arrows are at getting roots. It would hurt them, but if they're just roots, cutting them would be more effective. But I can try.
It has to be some sort of a creature, right? If the roots are alive.
You wanna
I
take a
mean, I
shot?
think it's like literally the whole tree. Like those trees are sentient.
Yeah, if you want to
Okay,
take
I
a shot
mean,
from a distance.
I don't know how to detect like what they are. I highly doubt it's like a demon tree
No, but
As
they
a-
might
or an
be like
undead tree.
As
elementals
a
or
paladin,
treants
don't you
or
get
something.
an ability that allows you to detect some certain types of creatures?
As the party argues about detecting creatures, a bow twangs and Lasker's arrow flies. With a thunk, the arrow sinks into the middle of one of these old growth tree trunks. Nothing seems to happen. There's no response.
Oh.
Mm.
Yeah, I don't know if it's a creature or if you approach that area, they try to grab you.
It could be a magical effect or something protecting the
Yeah.
treasure.
I don't have an axe, so can't really cut down a tree.
There's a two-handed axe on my back. Me neither.
I don't have any of these. Yeah. No.
I got a little saw, but that's a pretty big tree to cut.
Well,
Oh.
we could take some time and just chop them down. But
We can
I don't
try.
know. Again, that might not actually cancel the magical effect.
We can try. It's either that or just dive straight in.
Well, I
Oh.
think I was quite fortunate to get out. All right. I'm not necessarily eager to do that again.
So we can just I'll look at Borfield's big axe on his back. Mountain or Borfield, can we use that? Point to the axe. Just try to start chopping.
I mean, I'm down to try if you guys want, but it's a tree. I don't know how fast we can chop it down. If the roots are strong, it might just slap us around.
Yeah, but if the roots don't go for us while we chop it down, then it might be all right. I don't know.
I
mean,
want
it might
to
not
point out
How
this
do
is
you
a
imagine that?
strand of old growth. This isn't a single tree, right? Like what you're
Yeah.
looking at is like a bunch of big old trees growing in like a settled part of the swamp. The water.
Then it would take a long time if we tried to
Yeah,
cut
long
all this
time.
down.
You're not gonna you could chop them down, right? We could roll for that happening, but this isn't like it sounds like you're kind of thinking about like chopping down a single tree. It's more like there's a bunch of old growth here, and when you got close, all their roots and things writhed and roiled and tried to drag you under. So like, feel free to chop. It sounded like you were talking about like one tree. It's like a lot of trees is what I'm trying to remind.
Okay.
We could try to maybe do you have a net actually? If we like cover it with like a fabric and toss it, we could like try to like reel in some of the treasure. Maybe it won't activate the roots.
How far is the treasure compared to like the entrance of this magical wood?
It is floating in like the center of it. I would say we're probably talking about a full movement through to the center. So average movement for player 30 feet, right? We'll say 30 feet into the center of these like
Yeah.
old
I can move
growth
pretty
trees.
fast. If you guys want me to go and grab it.
I mean, If you don't have to risk it, if we got rope long enough, I think my idea might be safer. But if you want to go for it, I mean,
I don't
I'm
know
not
about
stopping.
you, how far you can throw a net, but you can't throw a net 30 feet.
You can't.
I don't have a
No.
net, but Dagnab has some wings, and if he has a net, he could probably drop the net on there and come back. He's quite fast.
Yeah, but would dropping the
Does-
net really grab all the treasure? I think
Doesn't
that's
he
the-
have limited flight, and you would have
Yeah,
to
I can
land
only
there?
I can only fly 20 feet before I have to land. So
Yeah.
Oh, 20 feet.
yeah.
Let's put it this way. Let me ask one more question. Like you mentioned, it's like an old growth, like
Mhm.
old trees, probably rotting apart, falling apart. I know we're in the swamp, but what are the chances of it being dry wood? Could we try and burn it from afar? Also torch it or
you
something?
just want to set it on fire, huh?
Yeah.
It's less rotting as it is just like these trees have been here a long time. When I say old growth, right? They're bigger, thicker, big, strong roots. They are growing in a part of the swamp where the water has kind of settled. There's some of the swamp is marshy and like wet, some of it is hard and rocky, but a lot of it is covered in just kind of standing water where either the river has overflowed or something is coming up through from the springs. You're not entirely sure what has made this swamp, but they're standing kind of in one of these areas where there's standing water. Their roots grow down into the water, and floating in the water is these like skeletal remains. You see bones, and underneath the bones in the water, glinting through, you can get a glimpse of treasure. So yeah, you could try to burn the trees down if you would like. I'm not going to sit here and be like, okay, so you firebolt the trees over and over, problem solved, right? But
Yeah.
if you can think of a fun strategy, like covering them with oil and something, we can roll to see if you are quick enough to avoid the roots and get them all burned down or something along those lines.
I think I have a strategy that could work.
Mhm.
Dagnab, take this potion, and if you get grabbed, drink it, and I'll give you a potion of growth.
Okay.
But you should go in there and grab as much loot as you can. But if they get a hold of you, drink it, and you'll become big enough that you should be able to get out.
Would you?
Okay.
Can I, Greg? So
Yeah.
from the check that I saw McNabb do it, because obviously he did it, the nimble way. He rolled acrobatics.
Mhm.
Do you reckon, as a barbarian, I could try and force my way through the roots to grab it?
You're a barbarian. What can't you force your way through?
How about you drink the potion and then try to force your way through?
I already have advantage on the check if I
Yeah, if he
rage.
rages.
Yeah, but maybe they'll have disadvantage on their try.
But the one thing I need, like, if I fail my check, I need somebody saying, "Oh, give me a hand."
Yeah, how about, do you have we'll tie a rope around you, because it's only 30 feet out, right?
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, you have plenty of rope between all your adventures. Like I'm sure you can find 60, 120 feet of rope on you real easy.
But yeah, if you want to do it, I'll give you the potion of growth. It's essentially an enlarged spell when you drink it for an hour. I didn't write down how long it lasts.
I
10 minutes,
believe
maybe?
Potion of Growth is for a matter of minutes, not hours, but I can find you the...
It's probably either 1 minute or 10 minutes. Probably 1 minute if I had to guess.
Yeah, hold on. I'll find you the exact in my notes. It gives you the effect of an enlarge reduce spell for 10 minutes. No concentration.
Okay. Yeah, it's pretty good.
Yeah, I'd say
Shall
you
we
go
try
in
that?
and then just start like flinging treasure out to us, so you don't have to like try to keep making your way in and out.
Well,
in and out.
if he's large, he's like a giant-sized human essentially. He could grab it probably, unless it's like a
Yeah.
humongous box in there.
But
Okay,
is
I
it like
just really wanted him
loose
to make
ch-
it rain coins? That's all.
Is it like loose change? Is it like copper coins just in a
You
swamp, or is it like a
mostly
little
are
bag or
seeing
something?
the glimmer of shiny treasure under the water.
Okay.
You don't have a great look at it from where you are.
If it helps, like I have a bunch of just empty sacks on my person. If it helps, you just
Oh
put it so
yeah,
you can
that
put it
might
in the
be.
bag.
Yeah, give him some of those.
I'll give you 3 sacks. There, I just have them.
Okay.
Mhm.
Cool.
I'm gonna
Go
give
for
my
it.
stretching routine, you know.
Nice, gotta limber up. Yeah, don't pull a muscle. That'd be bad.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I do the classic, hand on the elbow, lean one way, hand on the other elbow, lean the other way.
Good. Yeah.
Grab the bags, grab the potion. Slap myself around a little bit on the mask. Remember, I'm hitting Gorefield's mask and
right.
really
Not your
upset.
face, but the big, like, expressionless mask. Right.
Yeah. Get upset about that, start raging, and start running towards the treasure.
All
readying the
right.
potion.
You fly into a rage and start sprinting through the shallow water, through the old growth. As soon as you start wading through and rush towards these trees, the water roils as roots noisily try to curl and trap your legs, grabbing on, attempting to pull you under. You try to push through, rushing forward as best you can. Please make me a strength athletics check. At advantage for your raging, DC 16 for going forward.
You want me to roll strength or athletics? Sorry.
Strength athletics. I'm sorry. It is an athletics skill with strength as its base, if that is helpful.
Oof.
Ooh. You are grabbed. You try to force your way through. Party, you see him pulled under the water. You are being drowned. You are held there. More and more roots grab at you. I want you to make me a strength saving throw as you attempt to escape these roots.
Once again, because of I have advantage.
Yes.
There we go, 21.
There we go.
You pull yourself out, ripping away from the roots. You have to retreat. I want you to take, for me, 1 wound for these grabbing roots dragging you under.
Okay.
Can
Can I attempt it one more time while the rage is going? Right after
Absolutely,
I take damage?
yes. Wounded, breathing heavily, choking up water, mad as hell. You rush forward once again. Before the party can even react, words hang on the air as Borgfield rushes once more. The roots roil. They try to grab and drown you. Please make me an athletics strength check, DC 16.
I'm gonna do
And
like a
him-
10. Oh, go ahead.
And he is large as well, if that matters.
Mhm.
From drinking
I haven't drank the
growth.
potion yet.
Oh, you haven't? Okay.
No. I would like to have a 10-foot like running start. I jump in and I run.
Absolutely. Everyone needs a good running start.
There we go.
There we go.
Oh, the roots grab, they twist, they try to pull you under. You keep running, charging in. You break through into the middle of the strand. All around you, more and more roots are coming to grab and drown you. You knock bones out of your way, sloshing through the water. You start digging up treasure. You don't even see what you're grabbing. You're putting things in pockets, putting things in sacks. You get as much as you can and you hustle back out, running through the roots, all of them grabbing at you, ripping and tearing. You push through, rage at full capacity, and eventually you get to the other side where your party waits, panting, tired, wounded. Please take from me 1 level of exhaustion for your efforts, but also you get a bunch of treasure. Pouring the bags out, water splashing on more firm ground near your party, you will see that you have picked up shiny gemstones, cut and hewn, not rough and unmade as you have found before. They are small, they are clear like diamonds, and they are worth 150 gold in total value. You also find multiple scroll cases, locked tight and waterlogged, but presumably freshly, or keeping everything fresh inside. There is no sign of leakage inside of them. You also will find a potion. A potion almost like you thought would be empty is a glass bottle. It looks almost translucent, perfectly clear. For a moment you think it must have been emptied out in the water, but then you realize the potion is vapors. It's like almost gaseous inside the bottle. And the final thing you find is a waterlogged and muddy ballroom gown. You think for a moment that the ballroom gown is unremarkable, but then as you turn away from it, you realize that beneath the mud and the muck, the gown seems to constantly shift between colors and patterns. There's clearly magic at play there.
As I look, the cat get distracted by shiny colors. I'll toss it his way.
I immediately grab it. With
Yeah.
instinct.
It is muddy and wet and sopping, but the gown itself is shifting between colors. Every time you turn it, it catches the light, seems to shift between hundreds, if not thousands, of colors beneath the mud. The patterns changing as well.
I just have it. I've grabbed in front of me. I'm just spinning around as fast as I can. And have it shift colors
it's like
as fast as I can.
it's like a kaleidoscope. It's just
Yeah.
oh my god. Excellent.
Very cool.
Question. When Borgfield's going in there, he was ripping roots out and doing all of that.
Mm-hmm.
Did any of those ripped roots, did you throw any of them outside of the old growth area?
Sure did. Yup. In fact, the waters have been so disturbed, right, that they seem to be like carrying debris out away from the trees in all directions. Mud and rocks and stones, some bones, but as well, some of these tree roots that were ripped up and broken in the mad dash of your barbarians seem to be floating towards you as well.
You know,
I'll
you start
collect
looking
some
for
of them.
you start looking for the roots, and Borgfield notices, and he just pulls out one of the roots, like sticking from his ribs, the one that gave him the
He's
wound.
got one,
He's
like,
like, oh,
stuck in
there you go.
there.
Oh,
Yeah.
thank you. And I'll collect that and a few roots. Just collect some wood. I don't know if there is a Fletcher Tools in 5e. I was trying to look. I don't think I see it.
We do not have Fletcher's tools in 5th edition, but woodworking tools, I think, are very reasonable replacement if you would like to create arrows from them.
Yeah, wood carvers can, but I was wondering if I could craft the shaft of a longbow with the wood.
That's probably going to take downtime.
That's a
I think
downtime
that's a
thing. Yeah,
downtime
yeah.
thing, and I think you're gonna have to interact with our like weaponsmith just for the meta.
Yeah. As a
like,
downtime,
value
I
of
mean,
it.
that's
But
fine.
yes,
That's why I'm
I
collecting it
think
here.
you could potentially make something happen there.
Okay.
I'll give the potion back to Blessed Mountain and be like, well, another little stretch, you know. Time to go.
All right,
Time
cool.
to move on.
All right, excellent. You pack up away from these living roots, a little more tired, a little more wounded than you were before, but also a little bit richer. And the party will find themselves once more in the middle of the swamp. Having explored, you have 2 exploration points remaining in your day. The sun is beginning to touch the tops of the mountains, ready to cast shade down upon this valley that you explore. Who will lead us for the next portion of our day, and what will we do?
I have one more question, actually.
Yeah, what's your question?
Is there any way to like take penalties and I don't know checks or anything else, but to be able to traverse a hex using less exploration points, or is that not something that's?
I don't have
able to?
an actual mechanic for doing that. No. Let
Okay.
me look at my rules here. Generally, I think that without getting exotic mounts, which have swim speeds, move speeds that change your exploration point usage, gaining more points. I think that there are mechanics for overcoming the need for exploration points already. I'd be loath to be like, yeah, we'll just make you roll to +10 or something on the encounter table to bypass that. Maybe I'll think about that in the future, but I think for now we'll say no for this current mission at least.
Cool.
I'd lead us, but we don't have enough movement to go anywhere. So
That's fair. Do you just want to camp here then, forego your remaining points, and get ready for the next day?
probably, unless we think we could find more in this hex, we could explore again if we think there's more. But other
I
than
think
that,
we still have 2. We might as well explore because you might find like a resource in this hex, right?
yeah, I will explore the hex, see if there's anything else besides the magical trees.
All right. Leading yourself away from this strand of old growth and terrifying roots, Lasker, you will lead the party in an exploration. Tell me, how do you explore this hex, and how do you find its secrets?
You know, with my classy eyes, just look about, climb a few
Classy
swamp
eyes.
trees, realize after climbing them, it's all trees. Unless there's a building top, can't see anything else, and just keep
has
using my...
been.
All right, you use your classy eyes as you lead the party, trying to see what you can see. This sounds like our classic perception. Go ahead and give me a perception wisdom check as you search this hex once more. We'll subtract our exploration point. As we learn, discovery DC in this area is 14, which you will succeed on. Excellent. What do you find in this hex as you wander through?
What do your cat's eyes see, Lusker?
I'll see. One of the eyes is looking at the gown.
See.
I look across. One of my eyes are looking at the gown, as one is, and then the other one's looking around.
I think because you were
different
looking
ways.
at the gown so much, like you're like trying to see light like shining off of places as you're wandering through this hex, like multiple miles. You're trying to stay away from the swampy waters, and you kind of are touching a mountainside here. And as you are wandering closer to it, maybe you're still searching, maybe you're just looking at the pretty colors on your dress. You stumble onto what looks to be a natural kind of cave, in more the swamp than the mountainside, but it's close enough to the mountains that it is rocky and hard here. It is covered in fronds and ferns, but sure enough, you can brush them aside easily, and you see a cave leading kind of down into the like soft earth around you. Shining in probably the light from the sun behind you, or maybe from a torch that you are using to make your shiny dress glitter even more. You see in the gloom of the cave a massive natural spring water kind of pooling around. And in this natural spring, large formations of bog iron have formed along the walls, along the floor of the cave, and the spring itself. If you were to secure this location, it would be an ideal spot to put a mine to bring metals back to Ansham.
I think I looked to the part. I think everyone agrees we should secure the location. Yeah.
All right. Tell me. You have this cave entrance, natural spring inside, bog iron everywhere. How are you going to make it secure enough that workers can come here and set up this mine?
Do you want to try and drain this part of the like create an area where there's drier ground, maybe?
Yeah, maybe drain some part of it. Also, make sure the cave has no other entrances or enemies. From the wiki, sometimes talks about there's a tale of some weird creatures in the water that were unable to be seen. Want to make sure there's just nothing of danger in here.
Okay.
Just scout,
Yeah.
run around.
Sounds like you are going to clear the cave via clearing it of threats. You enter inside, torches ready. You begin to explore it, and you wait to see if any horrible beasts enter within. Sure enough, they will. You will find the cave is home to mud snakes. It is a nest of mud snakes. Large elemental-like creatures made from the muck of this mire. Normally, they are not much of a threat, but here in their nest, you see a larger, bigger creature that seems to be their brood mother or matron. Killing this and clearing it out would very much secure the location for a number of sessions.
I go back to the party, let them know. There's a weird nest of like mud snake things, and there's this huge one. Probably the mom. Do we feel apt today to clear it?
Certainly easier than draining the swamp.
I'll start strapping on my shield as I look towards what's his name? The mountain guy. I'll say
The mountain guy.
blessed mountain. I'm afraid I won't be able to do any damage anymore after all these exhaustions. So I don't think I can hit anything, but I can stand there and let you guys do
Don't
it if you guys
worry.
want.
I'll bless you.
All
It's the only
right.
thing I'm really
Party,
good at.
you prepare to mount a mud snake stomping adventure. I'm trying to load this map in Roll20, and it is not loading for me. I don't know why. I've been battling Roll20 most of the day. So I'm going to take us to a map that is loading, and we're going to use our minds to pretend this is a big cave and not a spring that we've definitely seen before. Because, yeah, this is just not really working for whatever reason on the other screen here. All right, so here is going to be our battle map since the other one's not working. Party, you venture into the cave. It is a big natural spring. There's bog iron all over the walls, but you make your way to the big nest where these creatures are waiting. They are ready to rumble. You are invading their territory. You want them dead so you can take their iron. I want you to roll me initiative. Let's make a mud snake stomp.
Shall we initiative, I guess?
Please do.
Did I mishear? Did you say there was 4 in one matriarch? I thought you said there was 2 in one matriarch. Damn.
It is a
never gave us,
nest.
like, a
There are
number.
lots of little ones, and there's one bigger one.
Maybe I misheard something.
All right. So the
I like how
first initiative is the
rolling initiative on my screen made everybody shift their like squares a tiny bit.
That's funny. All right, this is a 10. I don't know why this is being irritating. All right. It appears that we have a turn order. Lasker, you are the first to react as these creatures are preparing to do battle with you. Tell me, what do you do to start off this combat?
I'm a bit worried about the numbers of them, so I'm gonna try to reduce that. First things first, I'm gonna put a big old bullseye onto the left snake over here.
Absolutely. Your hunter's mark showing off exactly where to strike.
And yeah, 35. more than well into range to shoot this thing. Just get an easy hit. Nothing bad happens, you know.
Absolutely.
Nope. Never mind.
Your bow twangs in the darkness of this cave. Your arrow flies, but it strikes the like rocky and iron-filled walls, and not the creature you were meant to get.
Well, I will not stay in a group just in case. You know, and, just back up a little bit in a comfortable distance. In fact, I think that is. Yeah, that's good. Just stay there.
All right, you back off a comfortable distance, waiting for what's to come. The matriarch in the middle that has got the base initiative will go next. The creature is going to screech in its foreign primordial tongue, and as it does so, it commands its brood, and its brood gets to move up to their movement. Their movement is 30 feet, and they shall move as such. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. 30. They rush forward, unable to get up close to you, and the creature is going to come forward to make sure it stays in a nice, cool formation as it approaches the party. Boardfield, you get to react as this brood mother calls out to her younglings to get them forward. What do you do?
Absolutely. Tell me, that little aura they have around them, are we supposed to see that?
Yes. If you take a look at the area around them, the sucking mud of these snakes' body causes the ground within 5 feet of it to be aberrant. It is mucky and soft and strange. Any creature that enters the area for the first time or begins its turn in the aberrant ground must make a DC 13 strength saving throw or have its speed reduced to 0.
Oh, that's perfectly fine. I reckon I'm gonna have to tank a little bit. But I think that Lesker had the right idea. I will rage. I will step forward, not even save. My speed is reduced to 0
All
for
right,
this turn.
I'm ready to stand here and do it. All right, go. I love it.
And I'm definitely not gonna recklessly attack. I'm not killing my AC for nothing. 20, because I have -2 to hit.
20 will still hit, your blade slashing nice and true, dealing 9 points of damage. Quick double check, what are they resistant to? Bludgeoning, piercing, and slashing. Yes, that's what I thought. Your blade sinks through. You think it is a very strong hit, right dead center, but it just does less damage than you were expecting it to do. You leave a scar in the creature, but it continues to look way too healthy for your liking.
Okay. I look at the party. Run! Not again!
Stay together.
Dagnab, you
instruction to run?
you see the raging barbarian turn to you and go, run! What do you do?
I mean, if he's telling me to run, then that's what I'll do. I was like, all right, Doc.
No, don't run, bro. Come on, man.
Well, you literally just told me to run, and I asked
he's
whether that...
memeing on you. Come on.
Okay,
dude, we're good.
okay.
Just stay next to me. We'll be fine.
All right.
All right, you race
I'm gonna
up
go
next
there.
to the barbarian. As you enter this aberrant ground, would you please make me a strength saving throw? DC 13.
I fail.
As you enter, your speed is set to 0. The aberrant ground sucking and pulling upon your legs.
Okay, that's fine. I am going to bring out my big ol' hammer and go for it.
All right. Ooh, you swing your big squeaky hammer down upon the creature, but it is ineffective. Your blow leaving no mark.
I will then go with an unarmed attack.
Oh, your punch will succeed, however. You strike it for 7 bludgeoning. You are not a high enough level monk that your strikes are magical, correct?
Correct.
Alright, so you will also deal just a less punishing blow than you expected. Despite the solid contact you make into the muddy snake, the creature is only dented a little bit.
And that's my turn.
Alright. With that, the creatures will get their turn. The first creature here is going to follow our scaredy cat up this little rockway here. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30 feet. And it is going to make its attacks at you. It gets 2 attacks, one with its bite, one with its tail. Please tell me. Does a 19 strike you?
For sure, that strikes me.
All right. Please take 2 piercing and 2 bludgeoning, not fire damage. And then it will slash out with its tail. With a 7, unable to strike you true. The next creature is going to move 10, 15, 20, 30, and then it is going to dash up to Blessed Mountain. And then this creature is going to go 5, 30, and then it is going to dash up to Borbfield. And that is their turn. Blessed Mountain, you have started your turn in the aberrant ground. Would you please make me a DC 13 strength saving throw?
Absolutely.
Oh, you free yourself from the ground. You may move through it. You are not set to 0.
So these creatures look like they are elementals to me, and I will raise up my shield and I will abjure the extraplanar, attempting to turn them.
Ooh, very cool. I forgot you were that type of paladin. These are indeed elemental creatures. They must make a wisdom saving throw, I believe.
I think it's a DC 13.
Okay, DC. Your DC for this is 13. Very good. So the base creatures are going to save. I'm just gonna roll with advantage. It's just first, second creature. Both fails. Then we're gonna roll one more for the other 2. 17 and 9. So we have 1 success. So these 2 here are going to be turned. What's a good turn for us here?
You just put like a dot on them.
I'm gonna
like
put
any
this
colored
big
dot, I'm
eyeball
sure.
on it because I think the icons
Hell
are cool.
yeah.
Yeah, these have been successfully turned. The marked creature is unturned, and then the big homie is going to.
It is out of range.
It
It's
is
only
out of
within
range.
30
It's not
feet.
even gonna save. Perfect.
Mhm.
We love it. All right.
And then as I end my turn, as a reminder, if you hit something that is feared, it will become unfeared.
Alright.
Thanks for letting me know.
Lasker, your turn has come, but you have started it inside the aberrant ground. Would you please make me a DC 13? Oh,
Not even
He
close.
was so ready.
you're so ready. Yeah, no, you saw this happening to other people. You were ready for it. You have seen your paladin raise up his holy symbol to turn the extraplanar. What will you do?
Well, how do these creatures react now when they're turned? Do you put their back towards me? Do they look frightened? As I
You
can
will
tell.
you will see that the 3 that failed are effectively turned. I'm not sure what that
Okay.
looks like in the world, like verisimilitude wise, but I assume
Okay.
that the magics from the aura that your paladin put out made these 3 like flinch or like kind of move away from him, while this last one over here didn't.
I've always imagined that like turning something is like that really crappy black and white Dracula film where someone pulls out a cross and Dracula's like, ah, don't touch me.
Yeah. We got a whole bunch of Nosferatu happening from 3 of them.
Then, great for me. The marked one is the non-turned one. I'll just ignore the snake next to me and shoot at that one.
All right, you turn, bow at the ready. You twang once more. An arrow flies through the cave. 17 will hit. Go ahead and roll me damage.
10 damage.
So we're gonna take half of the 7, but the 3 will stay. So we're gonna take 7 total damage from the creature. That is enough to bloody it, but not enough to end it.
And I'm pretty comfy in this mud. I'm just jumping about. I'm moving a little bit back and forth here. Just having a time.
Showing off a little bit. Yeah, I can move fine. I like it. All right, with that, the big matron will go. The matron is usually in command of her snakes, but I'm not gonna do any of that because they're turned currently. I don't want to overwrite what our paladin's doing, so instead, the matron's gonna move up a little closer. And then we're gonna do a quick measurement tool here.
Oh, no.
Yeah, we got a nice little cone. I like that. That is going to breathe in and then out a bile-filled muck cone at you. I would like for Blessed Mountain to make me a dexterity saving throw. Dagnab and Borbfield, you two have been caught in the aberrant ground. Your movement speed is 0. You cannot escape. You are going to be hit by this. A 15 will be a success for you.
Could I argue this a little bit? Just a little bit of rule lawyering.
Okay.
I did not expect that this is going to be considered restrained or any of those conditions that influences saves.
You want to make your strength save since you forewent it earlier?
Because I honestly thought it's just movement related, not like saves and everything else. Because obviously I could interpose with a shield and do other bits as a barbarian.
Sure. I'll let you make your roll since you were kind of memeing. I think the Dagnab made his roll and failed though, so I think he's gonna be stuck.
17.
17 will pass. So you can take half of what is to come. I would like for you to take 10 points of bludgeoning damage from this muck. Half if you saved successfully, as the creature breathes out its nasty cone magic. All right, Borbfield. It will be your turn. You've started your turn in lots of aberrant ground. Would you please make me a DC 13 strength saving throw?
It's a failure. I roll a 12.
Oh, yes. With your exhaustion, that will be a failure. Your speed is set to 0 for realsies this time.
For realsies this time, yes. And I will do what I've been doing so far. I will try to finish off the wounded one with a 20 to hit.
20 will hit for...
Once again, 9 damage.
9 damage, which will be reduced somewhat as it resists your weapon attacks. It will not quite die. You leave it at death's door, but no further.
That's it for me.
All right, Dagnab, it comes back to you. You have started your turn in aberrant ground. Would you please make me a strength saving throw? Oh, you are good. You pull your legs free, covered in muck, but you are ready to move now.
All right. So what I'm going to do is bring down my hammer. Oh man, just no good here.
No.
And then I'll make an unarmed attack. Does a 12 hit?
I don't believe a 12 hits. No, a 12 will miss AC 14.
All right. In that case, I am going to. Let's see here. I'm going to hop back, I think, and try to get out of the cone.
All right, you get some space, some distance away from these horrid creatures breathing down your party's neck. That the snakes will go. They are officially turned, so they must use their movement to move away from the source of their fear, I suppose. We'll go 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. That is their move. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. This guy will use his action to disengage. I guess so will this guy. This is how we are going to utilize their actions. This one will also disengage and go 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. The last one is not turned. It's on its last legs. It's got a barbarian facing it down. It's gonna make its attacks. The first with a bite. Will a 14 strike you? I assume not.
Nope.
And then it will swing with its tail, an 18.
That hits AC.
Hey, let's go. Please take 4 bludgeoning and 4 more bludgeoning. This is just all bludgeoning.
Oh, so it's 8 bludgeoning. It's not 4 bludgeoning, 4 fire.
Correct.
Because
Yeah.
that's important
These
for
are
my
these are
resistance.
reskinned fire snakes. They don't do fire damage. They just bludgeon you with mud.
Okay, so I take 4 total then.
Perfect. Blessed Mountain. It comes to your turn. You've successfully turned some of these creatures. What will you do?
I will step up to the mom, and then I will cast a bless spell.
All right.
But
You've
that requires a
entered
strength
her
save, right?
aberrant ground for the first time. Will you please make me a DC? This is the matron of DC 15 strength saving throw.
I will fail it,
You will fail. Excellent.
but I will cast the bless spell on myself, Dagnag, McGibbet, and oh my god, I can't remember not Lasker. Holy cow, my brain is not working.
Perfect. All right. You will bless yourself, your Harengon friend, and Lasker. With that,
And that
Lasker,
will end my turn.
it'll come to you. The creatures that were around you have begun turning away. What do you do?
Running, yeah. I'm worried about this thing coming forward and doing. Was it when I saw the cone? Did it look like a 30-foot cone, or what kind of size was it?
It looked like a 30-foot cone, yeah.
So I'm worried that this is a 30-foot area right around here. So I'm just going to.
It's gonna
Is this
decone
area
himself.
walkable? Is this a walkable area
so
right
this,
here?
This map is repurposed from a different one because my cave map isn't working. Just consider all the squares viable.
All perfect. I'm
Yeah,
gonna
yeah.
go into the corner here. I don't want to be. This feels like coneable. I don't want to be coned. You know,
Yeah,
it's like a
right.
bad idea.
Yeah, I hear that.
Actually, wait. Dagnab's hurt. Maybe I want to be coneable for it to cone me instead of Dagnab. Can I protect him in any way?
I think
No, he's gonna. I don't
he has a
think.
very good chance of, say, making
Aye,
his deck save.
That's true.
Okay, and he also has bless.
Alright, he's blessed. Then I will go back here, be a
Mhm.
comfortable distance, and still in range to shoot this weakened one. Try to finish it off.
Perfect.
You
Absolutely.
also have bless.
Okay, I will add bless.
I need
To
hit
my
this
shot.
character sheet.
I
Oh.
do not hit.
It doesn't
Wow.
matter though. This creature, it's not your day. It doesn't seem to be affected much by your bow shots, and this one just kind of sinks into its muddy body.
I try. I will end my turn over here.
All right. With that, the matron will go. Matron is going to roll for regen on breath weapon. That's not going to do it. I'm going to respect the turn and not do any weird stuff. So instead, matron is going to make attacks. Bite and tail at our good friend, Blessed Mountain. The first bite is a 12. That is not going to get it done. It lashes out with its tail. With an 8, that doesn't get it done. And the creature's turn is going to come to an end. Yes. It could try to reposition, but it's ultimately just a big primordial snake thing. Boardfield, you have started your turn inside the aberrant ground. Would you please make me a strength saving throw?
Absolutely. And because I'm raging, I also have advantage. 23.
Oh, you made it. Nice.
Absolutely. I look at Blessed Mountain and I'm like, please don't tell the snake about the goat strategy. As I try to finish off the...
Your 22 will hit as you lash out with a longsword, dealing enough damage, even resisted, to slay the creature in front of you. Its snake-like body falling to pieces like clay into its aberrant earth.
And I will go right behind it there.
All right, you are going to enter the aberrant ground of the creature for the first time this turn. Will you please make me a DC 15 for this, 15 for this creature, strength saving throw.
Don't even worry about it.
You walk right through it to the other side to form the conga line of death. All right. Dagnab, it'll come to you. You see the conga line forming. What do? Believe
I am going to move back over. I guess I'll go there.
All right, you
And-
are going to rush in. You are going to enter the aberrant ground for the first time this turn. Would you please make me a strength saving throw?
Oh my.
Critically,
So
you're
good.
so ready for it. You saw how Borbfield did it. You're good.
So now I'm going to use my Warhammer 16 to hit.
16 will hit.
All right, for 12 bludgeoning damage.
12
Jesus
bludgeoning.
Christ.
Oh, this creature is going to resist your bludgeoning. Just the blow isn't quite as strong as you would like, but still, you will rip into it for 6 points of damage.
And then I'm going to spend a key point to make 2 unarmed attacks.
Beautiful. Oh, the 10 will miss, but the 21 will get it done. For 5, which will be reduced a little bit less effective than you would like bludgeoning-wise, but you leave your mark still upon the snaky body.
All right, and that is my turn.
All right, excellent. With that, the mud snakes must go. They are still turned. This is Blessed Mountain, so this guy here is going to go straight backwards. This guy here is going to go... what's away from Blessed Mountain? It feels like this way is away from Blessed Mountain. And this one here is going to do the same thing, going just like, we're just leaving the map a little bit here. It's just like not even going to really be seen on stream. All right.
Sorry, guys, we have a appointment. Gotta
Yeah,
go.
we got an appointment. We're running away over here. Yeah. Alrighty. That is their turn. I guess they could dash. Is it required that they dash?
I think
I
so.
don't
Hang
believe
on,
it
I
is.
can.
It can't willingly end its move in a space within 30 feet of you. It can use dash action or try to escape from an effect that prevents it from moving. There's no. Okay. Sounds good. We're chilling. Blessed Mountain. The
So
turn,
it could choose to just wait 30
It could
feet away.
just dodge. Yeah.
Yeah. I will use 9 points of lay on hands on Dagnag McGibbet. And then I will end my turn.
All right. Go ahead and make me a strength saving throw with the start of your turn as well.
Oh, sorry.
No worries.
I failed.
That is going to be a failure. Excellent. You heal up Dagnab, placing your blessed hands upon him, and as you do, you turn and see Lasker seize the initiative. What will you do?
I will shift my Hunter's Mark, my bonus action, onto this mother. I'll put it on her head. Has enough frills on it. Just try to target it. I'll shoot at it with Bless.
Please
on.
make your attack roll. Ooh,
23.
that'll hit.
Nice hit.
For 6, that, and then 5 Hunter's Mark.
All right, the Hunter's Mark 5 will stay. The 6 will go to 3. So that's 8 total. Excellent. All right, your aim is true. Your arrow sinks in, dealing damage, leaving its mark, but not enough to slay the creature, nor to bloody it.
I'm at a comfortable distance, I think.
Okay.
I'll move 5 foot. Because I
All
can.
right.
At my turn.
With that, the creature will go. It will roll for breath weapon. It fails to get its breath weapon out. We continue to respect the turn. I guess we're just left with bites. Does he go after... Who does he go after? He's got 3 targets here for tails and bites. He goes after 1, 2, 3. He goes after Borbfield. Borbfield. The creature is going to attack with a 15. That won't hit you. And then its tail will swing towards you with a 12. And you are battered with bites and tail slaps, but you knock them back with your shield and your brute muscles, and it becomes your turn. What will you do?
I will start joking. It doesn't know the strat. Look, look. I'll think about the goats and I'll swing my longsword.
Oh. See, the problem was you thought about regular goats, and you need to think about mountain goats.
And I am stuck in the mud.
The 15. Oh, but you're exhausted, right? Your speed will be reduced to 0. Dagnab, the turn order will come to you next. Would you please make a strength saving throw and then take your turn? You save. You're free to move.
All right. Bonk.
Oh, that's a bonk.
Now that's how you picture mountain goats. You critically strike this with your warhammer. Go ahead and roll me some damage.
Big
Okay.
damage. Come on, big damage.
Now, if I wanted,
Uh-huh.
I could break my weapon to do max damage on
Absolutely.
both the normal and the crit die roll,
Yep.
right?
Yep.
All right, that's what I'm going to do. So it is going to automatically do 24 bludgeoning.
Woo! You wind up with your big squeaky hammer, and with all of your force, you impart a shattering blow. Your squeaky hammer / warhammer will explode, breaking on impact, dealing maximum damage. 24 points of damage in half is going to be 12 points of damage, which is enough to bloody this creature. But it does
All right,
not
and
die.
then
Significant amount.
I
That's
don't
really
have
good.
any more key points, but I'm going to use my bonus action to unarmed attack.
Absolutely. You'll hit it. For 5 bludgeoning damage. Alright. We reduced that some. It takes bludgeoning damage. Perfect. Is that the end of your turn?
Yeah.
Alright. The regular snakes are going to do as advised and just take the dodge action. Nice, cool, hanging out. Dodging. Blossom Mountain. It'll come to you. Please make me a strength save and let's take your turn.
I love failing strength saves. Oh, I passed it.
Hey,
how dare you.
Sure did. You were free to move.
I'm going to pretend that this thing's a mountain goat.
Oh,
And you hit.
I
You
hate that this works every
succeed.
time.
The mountain goat
11.
strat's too good.
11 bludgeoning is going to be reduced. Oh boy, you are so
1
close.
HP. The special.
The
And that will be
special.
my turn.
All right. You swing and you stay where you are. Lasker, it comes to you. This creature hangs at death's door, barely holding on. What will you do?
I think I look at a mountain goat in my eyes and I shoot at it.
I hope this crits. This would be so funny.
No, but 29.
Oh, but with your Hunter's Mark damage, it will die to minimum damage. Creature is no more. Your arrow flies true, slicing right down the bullseye of your Hunter's Mark. It gets cut in twain. The creature falls to pieces like clay, and as it does, its brood too will break down, falling to pieces. The battle ends. The place secured. Excellent. Well done, team. With the battle over, party, you have secured this bog iron mine in the excuse me, in the swamp here. It will remain safe and secure and able to build for, it looks like, 3 sessions. Mine can be built here in the next 3 sessions.
Nice.
All right. Before we move on from this cave, is there anything you want to do? Should we zoom in on anything here, or is the party leaving behind with a now secured cave?
Well, can we try and see if there's any loot in terms of stuff that the creatures might have accumulated besides obviously the
Yeah,
mine
I mean, you
itself?
look around. There's no like obvious cache of coins or precious metals here. I would like for you, I guess you don't need to roll. You're looking for something valuable. You look around. It's mostly iron and stuff. Eventually, you start looking at the creatures themselves. In the like broken down like clay like appearance of these creatures, they have kind of a core of elemental energy, something from the plane of earth. It is essentially a magical component. It's not magic to you, it's not a magic item, but you could sell it to an alchemist or an apothecary of some kind. Perhaps they could use it, much like the Talus leaf. Go ahead and roll for me 10d8 for gold value of these cores. They are going to be worth 53 gold to you if you bring them back to town and sell them.
Oh man.
Could I use the natural spring waters to try to clean the gown? See if that helps at all.
Yeah, absolutely. You can wash all the mud off of the gown in this natural spring. You will find it to be a brilliant gown. One might even call it prismatic, as it shifts through thousands of colors and cuts in front of your eyes.
Lasker's happy. All right. I think we secured it.
As a suggestion, I'm completely out of spells and lay on hands. We should rest here for the night instead of trying to find another.
Yeah,
thing
since
in
we
case
already
we
know
stumble
that
across
it
a
seems to
dangerous
be a
fight.
safe place, then
Yeah, we can rest here.
Agreed.
Alrighty. You will rest here for the night, foregoing our last exploration point. The party bands together in the mouth of this cave, or perhaps deeper in, enchanted by the prismatic gown, ever shifting in its colors and patterns, cuts and styles. You rest for the night. You please will mark down 1 ration for your rest. And I suppose we will forego our rolls, as you have secured this location. It is safe from being attacked. There is no need for us to roll for a camp encounter, at least for now in this cave. The next morning, you will gain the benefits of a night's rest. You may gain any spells or class features associated with a long rest in the player's handbook. As well, you may spend any number of hit dice that are in your hit dice pool to regain HP. The next morning, you will awake with 6 brand new exploration points. As well, you may awake with 1/2 your hit dice pool total rounded up. To be used in the next day of adventuring.
Excellent.
We found a good amount. I think do you guys want to head back on the other side of the river?
I think we have enough rations to just head straight back on our side of the river. If we cross the river, we won't have enough. Because it'll cost an extra point to travel it.
So this is 3 days of travel to get there, right?
We would have to go
It'll be 2 days, because if we just
like
move.
this. Because this tile is 4.
Oh yeah, we
Yeah.
can do that, and we explore a new tile.
I mean, I can automatically scavenge for rations. I automatically succeed based on my background. So if we need more rations, that's not a problem. I can take care of that.
Oh, okay. I didn't know we had the.
Sorry, it didn't come up.
It's
Uh,
okay.
We
Yeah, we
haven't
can-
done a whole lot of scavenging in this campaign, but to respect
Oh,
some
yeah,
of the
so
background
if we want to
features.
cross and just take a look, if we
We
come
can do
across-
that. I didn't know that we have that. Yeah, we can go and investigate the other side of the river and on our way back.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let's do it.
Sure, let's do it.
Yep. I will I will take us across the river then.
All right, you
Galactic
will
South.
head galactic south, traveling through this kind of large river that has separated sides of the valley where the swamp lays. It is easy enough to ford, though the river is wide. It is lazy. It does not rush, and you will find a place shallow enough to wade through to the other side. The waters here are much the same as they were on the other side. It is full of ferns and bugs and swampy lands. You try to stick to firmer ground as you walk. As you make your way through here, would you please roll me a D100 on our encounter table?
I'm sensing a 78.
No, this is a 98.
See if you are accosted.
Oh my
Whoa, a
God.
78.
He saw the
called it
future.
from the heavens.
The mask
called
sees
it,
the
guys.
future. He has an eye, man.
forgot.
On
I'm
a
sensing some
sad.
lizard men, Greg. I'm sensing some lizard men.
On a 76 to 80, you instead are going to, as you walk through this hex, find yourself surrounded by flammable gases that are expulsed from the mud around you and ignite. You see these explosions, you feel the heat. You have but a moment to try to escape or overcome this sudden expulsion of gas from the mire. Tell me, how do you avoid or overcome this, Mr. Blessed Mountain?
I shake my alchemy jug and spray salt water all over us. 12 gallons of salt water. I'm not clicking. I don't want to put
No,
the
that's
death
fair.
of your chat for an 8th time with a million paragraphs. But I have 12 gallons of salt water at my disposal.
You start spraying salt water on everybody, trying to shield them from the explosive gases being expulsed from the mire as you make your way through. Blessed Mountain, I would like for you to make me either survival wisdom for that, or like maybe something intelligence, like medicine intelligence for your very cool use of the alchemy jug. Your DC for this will be 13.
I'd love to do a medicine check. However, intelligence is a very bad roll for me, so I will instead choose to do the survival roll. Thank you.
All right.
Never mind.
It
Doesn't
didn't
matter.
matter. Unfortunately, your spraying of salt water only makes things worse as it slows you down. And as the gas is expulsed and explodes around you, you and the donkeys and your party members are burned and singed. You eventually make it through, salt water covering you, stinging your new burns. I would like everyone in the party to take 1 wound.
I swear to God, Borgfield is the most exhausted and wounded person the Mist has ever seen.
You don't need to roll the dice. Oh, I guess you can. It's an option, right? Yeah, that's fine.
I'll take the -5 because I know this will be me rolling a max
I don't
roll.
want to roll a 10. Rolling a 10 would be a problem. I'm just gonna take the -5.
Let me just double check wounds real quick. When a character gains a wound, they receive a penalty to their maximum hit points equal to 1/2 the size of their hit dice rounded up. Yeah, it's not rolled. That's what I thought. I don't want to screw that one up. Yeah, so it's just gonna be half of your hit dice. So it'll be 4.
And you can optionally damage your equipment, right? Your armor.
Correct. Yes. If you would like to damage your armor instead, you
I'm a
can
monk.
forego
I don't have
a
any.
wound. Fair.
It was for Lasker or Horo. I guess
It's
Horo is just a naked barbarian.
Armor's 45 gold. I don't know if I
To
want
be fair, I specifically have a leather armor for these situations, but because I'm so exhausted, I don't have it on just to keep my AC high.
Yeah, that's fair. All right.
Okay.
With that, the party will arrive. That is going to cost you 4 exploration points in total, crossing the river and the swamp token, leaving us with 2 left after a long and exhausting trek here. Tell me, party, wounded and tired, who's going to take the lead, and what are we doing with the rest of our day?
I can just spend that exploration point to scavenge right
All
now.
right.
So.
Yes. Due to your background, we know that you are capable of finding enough food and water for yourself and your party members. But tell me, how do you go about doing that, Mr. Wanderer? What is it that you
Clearly,
find?
I dig
How
in
do
the
you do
muck
it?
for root vegetables.
Very good. You find onions and root vegetables growing in the swamp. Perhaps turnips. I'm not really comfortable with a ton of root vegetables, but here you go. You found them. They are yours, much to your Harangani desires. Excellent. Everyone, please refill your rations to the maximum of 3. As it takes some time, we will still spend the exploration point for our wanderer, but given enough time and energy, he comes back with full water skins and tons of root vegetables for you all. All right. After Dagnab scavenges, we have a single exploration point left for the day. Any interest in using it, or shall we bed down and try again tomorrow?
You guys want to explore?
Yeah, go for it.
Sure, let's explore it. Why not?
All right. Lasker, it sounds like you're exploring.
I'll
Tell
explore,
me,
yeah.
how do you go about exploring this hex?
I think that Lasker is almost entranced with this prismatic gown. Oh my.
Somebody's playing
Someone
with the spell
cast
effects.
Meteor Swarm. We're in
My
My bad,
danger.
guys. My bad.
And uses his prismatic gown as like a sensor, puts it to the light and sees where it points, and then looks that direction, follows, points to the light, see where it leads him.
All right. You will follow the dancing lights from your ever-shifting gown. I think that you're just using your eyes here. It sounds like perception to me. Go ahead and give me a perception wisdom check. Your DC for this area is 14.
The light will never lead me astray.
That is a success. You are on a river tile, and you had a success in the swamp. So, you are going to find the Great Log Jam. Likely having a hand in the formation of the swampland, the river bend ahead that you find yourself marching towards is completely clogged by sullenly floating logs. Seems this bend in the river would be a perfect place to set up a lumber mill and make use of this future lumber, of this fortune, of lumber. The area needs to be secured, though, and as you take a quick look around, investigation sees the lumber infested with slimy, jiggling oozes.
Let's beat the stuffing out of these oozes.
Do we feel
I think
Wait,
we're out of
hold on a
points
minute.
for the day.
Aren't slugs like extremely susceptible to salt? Can't you just do salt water again? It's your favorite trick.
So I can't use any salt water till tomorrow.
Ah,
However, I can pour beer on them. If these were slugs, you could just put it in a jar and they would get drunk and drown in it. But
Do you guys feel confident in taking on them oozes?
I know for a fact oozes are going to be resistant to everything we do.
Yeah.
I think are
Yeah.
these the same oozes that a party fought before? They're like the little guys with skulls in them.
Yes. They are oozy pseudopod-like things with little floating skulls inside of them.
If I remember correctly, I don't think they were resistant to any damage. They had very low health, but they did psychic damage. And they're slow as hell.
I mean, we can try. We are wounded and fairly exhausted, but
If
I
you want-
have all of my spells and stuff, and
Yeah.
if it becomes too crazy, I think I might be able to turn them as well. So
Okay.
If you want, we can start
let's-
from a distance and I just shoot at them.
Let's fight it, but I'm going to ask everybody, because I have a hard out in about an hour and a half,
mhm.
that after this fight, we just head straight for the portal.
okay.
Yeah, we start going, Matt.
Sorry,
I agree.
can we just have a 2-minute break? I have a phone call. if you don't
Sure.
mind.
Yeah, no problem. I'm having trouble loading this map anyway. Roll20's fighting me, so perfect time for a break. We will take a break here and come back with a fight on the other side. See you all soon. And hello, Internet. Welcome back to Land Beyond the Mist. Our party has just encountered a log jam in the river, great and wide, perfect for harvesting a fortune of lumber via lumber mill. But it is infested with strange oozes. Before our break, our party was getting ready to do combat with them. Unfortunately, my cool map that I made specifically for this is not working. So I made a quick new one. We'll have to pretend this is not in the mountains, but in fact the swamp. It was my only quickly accessible river. But party, you stare at a river filled with wood and lumber, infested with oozes. To clear this out, you will have to slay them. I would love for you to grab your character tokens and roll me some initiative.
Yo, let's go. That's the second time I rolled max on initiative today. Feels good. I've rolled
good,
ones
man.
twice and I've rolled 20s twice. Very swingy today.
Very good. Lasker, you are the first to take the initiative, staring down at this ooze-infested lumber. What do you do?
I mean, I looked at it. If we're gonna shoot range, I'll back up. If we are gonna shoot from a range, 30 feet, and well in range to cast the classic, you love target right onto this one nearby. Let's see. I think this is the closest. Yeah, closest one, and I'll just shoot at it.
All right, you will fire at the nearest ooze, marking it with your ever-handy hunter's mark.
A dirty 20.
Your shortbow will land true with a 20. Go ahead and roll me some damage.
12 damage.
Damn.
12 points of damage. Your arrow strikes true. Bits of ooze come flying off, enough to bloody the creature, but it does not die.
Stay back
Okay.
here.
All
This
right.
one might be spicy, guys.
Pleasant
Okay.
Mountain. It comes to you. Ooze is everywhere in this river of log-jammed wood. What do you do?
I will step forward and I will cast the bless spell on my 2 companions next to me.
All right. You bless your
This
party.
one. And then I will end my turn.
Excellent. Dagnab, it comes to you. You stare down a river full of ooze. What do you do?
So, I am going to join Lasker, actually. And I'll hop up there to join him
Okay.
and pull out a short bow,
Mhm.
for which I've got all sorts of silly arrows to fire.
Excellent.
And I am going to fire an arrow at, let me see here. You know what? I'll go for this one.
All right.
And yeah, the arrow is going to let out a Wilhelm scream as it flies through the air.
Perfect. All arrows should. Wilhelm Scream enabled. You fire at the ooze, but your 10 will not be a good enough shot. Maybe perhaps for comedic effect, your Wilhelm Scream goes flying over the ooze and into the water behind it.
All right, that is my turn.
All right, excellent. Borgfield comes to you as you stare down this river of ooze. What do you do?
I really hope they can't make it to us for one round. So what I'm gonna do for the time being, I'm gonna step 5 feet here on the edge. I'm gonna rage and I'm gonna recklessly yeet a javelin.
Yeah.
Yeet that javelin. Excellent.
And wait. I thought they're gonna be in range. Yeah, this guy's in range. This guy isn't for some reason. So I'm gonna yeet the one at 30 feet. with
All
advantage.
right. Go ahead and give me that
So
roll
there's
to
a
hit.
-2 to this, and then I get to roll a bless. But I'm assuming it's gonna be
You
fine.
are going
Yeah.
to hit easy peasy. Go ahead and roll me some damage for 10 points of damage. Your javelin flies true, striking this ooze, bloodying it, but not slaying it.
Is this a little hillside? Are they gonna struggle to climb this up? If they were human, let's put it this way.
No, they're not.
We're in a swamp, not the mountains. This is just my mountain
Yeah.
map, largely. I'm going to treat this a lot like I did the other one, since I made it really quick. I just needed access to, like, an actual river. There's no, like, big elevation changes in the swamp here.
Okay.
You're, like, on the river
Okay.
banks.
I will have to step back there for the time being. Maybe even
good.
here for the time being.
All
Yeah.
right. That the oozes go. The oozes will go in pairs. These two sliding through the water, you see their amorphous bodies more easily flow through the swamplands than they did the dry mountains. And they get their full movement now. Going 5, 10, 20, 30, and then dashing up. They are going to reach good old Blessed Mountain. These two move in pairs as well. 5, 20, 25, for 30 feet. They will dash. They will reach here. These two are going to do the same. They will reach here. Here. Somehow I think I miscounted for these two, but you know what? That's fine. Rushing, dashing. These guys were 10 feet behind. They should be there. These guys were behind the other two, basically. Oh, they're growing. Okay. They should go here. Everything is dashing forward, getting closer, swarming the party from the river. But they do not get to attack yet. Lasker, you see them getting ever closer to you. What do you do?
There's a lot, huh? Well, first, just try to take out this one. My bow, just try to get one of them down at least.
All right.
With a 22.
A 22
For
will hit for
11.
11 points of damage. That is enough to slay this ooze where it stands.
And they are running here, huh? Okay. I'll back up to... Everyone's in there. I'll back up to here.
All right.
And
you
my turn.
continue to back away, gaining distance as best you can. Blessed Mountain, it will come to you. What do you do?
I will call out. Why are you running in that direction? Run this way where there are less of them, you fools! As I will abjure the extra planar and attempt to turn these creatures if they are
They
one of these
are
types.
aberration, celestial, elemental, fey, or fiend. Unfortunately, these are classified as tiny oozes. They are an ooze creature.
They're oozes? Oh,
They
shit.
are oozes. They are not turned. As you channel your divinity, you see, like, no effect on them. They seem to almost ignore the magics of your extraplanar, like, censorship.
That is unfortunate, and I will move up to here.
All right,
Taking
as
2
you
attacks of
do, you will
opportunity.
take 2 attacks of opportunity from the pseudopods stretching out across their bodies towards you. The first will strike you with a 24. I assume that hits. Please take
Yep.
6 bludgeoning and 1 psychic damage. The second will lash out with a 19. I believe that hits you.
Yep.
Please take
Sure does.
6 bludgeoning from that one and 3 more psychic damage.
All right. I'm running away. I run off map.
All right. Blessed Mountain has left the combat.
I'll take 1 more attack of opportunity from this guy.
Oh, yeah. Absolutely. We love attacks of opportunity. That'll hit you.
That'll also hit.
Please
Yep.
take 6 bludgeoning and 2 more psychic damage.
Yep. All right.
Dagnab, it comes to you. You've seen your Blessed Mountain run away, leaving you here with the oozes. What do you do?
Well, I'm out of here then.
All right, you two have left the map and combat. Boardfield, you face down these spawns rushing towards you. Your party members leaving. Do you two follow suit?
Borbfields is enraged. He's like, I'll take all of you out some other day. And I run.
Oh, high five! Like you like run past me as I'm really slow.
All right. The spawns will go before Lasker. Can any of them reach Lasker? Oh my goodness, I have so many like weird things. There we go. None of them are going to be able to reach and fight, but there will be multiple creatures within range for opportunity attacks, should you decide to turn and leave. Everybody else is gonna get within, like, a little bit of you, but they're not close enough. We're gonna just put them like this. This is unscientific because I think I know what you're doing next.
Yeah.
Lasker, you are surrounded by oozes. Your party is fled. What do?
I do a classic 1-2. I use my action to disengage,
Mm-hmm.
and I click on my heels and put on my so-called cat speed, and I go double my distance, go 60 feet. I run alongside my party.
Excellent. You leave the oozes in the dust. Everyone has left the map. The battle abandoned. This wood will have to stay unprotected from oozes a little while longer.
Yeah,
All right.
Ketchup. Oh yeah, that just seemed like a bad idea.
It was a great idea at the time, and then they immediately kicked me in my shin. 3 of them.
They did
You all
kick you.
saw it.
I saw you pray. They didn't like your prayer. They also were fast. They were running. They had legs on them. I know it's a.
Yeah, they were way faster in the water than they were up in the mountain. I'm just
Now I'm
gonna.
imagining like slimes, and they actually had like really long legs just jogging.
They just like grew legs. Oh god.
We killed one. Okay, we did our duty. That's time
Yeah,
for next people.
Yeah, if we
I'm
keep doing
sure.
this, we'll kill them by next year for sure.
That is true. You did defeat a single Ublex spawn. 50 experience points.
Hell
did this-
yeah!
Like 10 more days till one leave. We're getting there.
Surely there's no more of them that could come reinforce them. That would be unheard of.
If that's true, then this is just an XP farm. I don't know what you're talking about.
50 at a time, baby. Solo leveling, here we come.
We need a wizard or something.
We're coming back to Antrim level 10 after years, okay? We're not coming back.
All right.
When they're all dead from the Titan.
Party, you leave behind this forest, this river bend with the wood log jammed upon it. And you, I guess, will still have one exploration point left. It doesn't take very long for you to do 12 seconds of battle and then run away.
Based.
Party, is there anything that you would like to do with this exploration point, or is it time to rest for the night and bring on the morning?
We
I'm
can
gonna
do a
just
short
for
rest.
tonight.
We can do a short rest just to heal up Blessed Mountain.
Okay.
That's fine, yeah, if you want to be super efficient. We will short rest and then long rest.
In
Because
case of a...
mechanics
I should
are
be
silly.
fine. I'm
Great.
almost fully healed, so
Okay.
I'm like 2 points off of max.
All right, then. In that case, let us just go to our camp. You set up for the night some distance away from the river bend. Oozes terrifyingly haunt your dreams.
Yes.
But there is no a roll for strangeness in the night, as you've been touched by an Ublex spawn, Mr. Blessed Mountain. As the party camps up and rests off their weariness, you are visited by terrors of the abyss, of a great gelatin-like creature in the swamps trying to gather the many spawn it has sent off. You are given dreams, prophetic in nature, not of this swamp, but of another, where this titan calls its brood. It seems to the south there's a calling, and now you feel it too. Every night, until this beast is slain, you touched by the Ublex will need to make me a wisdom save, or your sleep will be troubled and your rest less effective. This wisdom save is DC 8. It can escalate should further contact with the Ublex happen, but for now, it is only a small problem for you.
Guys, I caught an Ublex TD, and I. Do you want me to make the wisdom save right now?
I would, yes.
All
Told
right.
you to use protection, but you didn't.
Let's go!
Oh, that is a successful save. Despite this calling that you feel for the first time, you are able to rest. Enough.
I was touched for the very first time.
The bad touch.
Yes.
The next morning, the party will awake. You may gain the benefits of a long rest, or of a night's rest. You may spend any number of hit dice that remain in your pool to regain HP. Spells and class features associated with a long rest, as well 6 exploration points. Brand spanking new and ready for you.
Just gonna
Would-
roll one of these. There we
Would
go.
this tile here be swamp, or does it have a bit of river in it? It'd be a 4 tile.
Let me take a gander here.
I think we can only do one tile anyways.
I largely believe that this. I said that the river was in this tile when we traveled here the last time. I'm not gonna lie, this river is like right on the edge of these tiles. I'm tempted to be lenient and then just say like these tiles don't have river in them, top and bottom in front of you, unless you cross the river, right? If you went from where you are to the northeast, I think you're clearly crossing the river, but I think I'm just going to be lenient there and say that's only swamp.
Okay.
All right. Lasker, you lead the way.
I think Dagnab was leading.
Oh,
Unless he wants me, I'll
Dagnab.
do it.
Never mind. I'm sorry. Dagnab, you lead the way. Pushing on deeper into the swamp, leaving behind the bend in the river with its many oozes. As you push your way forward, the swamp gets thicker and muckier as you once again are nearing the kind of open mouth of the river and away from the firmer rocks that the mountains provide. The footsteps slosh and squeak and squelch, trying to grab upon your pack animal's feet and your boots. Would you please roll me a D100 as you push your way through?
Oh, baby. Okay.
Oh, all right, time to run away again.
You are making your way through the swamps, Dagnab, when a titan of plant matter, oozing and fresh, crosses your paths. It contains inside of it a water elemental as well, controlling this matter of plant and vine. As you are crossed by it, would you please roll me a 1d10 to see who may have advantage in this encounter?
Oh, okay.
Oh.
An 8. All right, let's take a look at our parties.
I was ready for a 1. I was like, okay, it's
Surprise
time.
here. On an 8,
Someone
the
instantly
PCs
dies.
will get vision first of this creature before it sees you. I would like a contest of perception amongst my PCs right now.
My roll will have a -2. I just don't know how to add it properly.
Okay, no worries. Oh, a 19 from the Blessed Mountain.
Yes.
Blessed Mountain, you see this creature. Before it sees you, you have a split-second decision to make as this, I don't know, maybe shambling mound of vegetation powered by an elemental of water is trundling your way. If you were to start combat, you could prepare an action. You could also attempt to get your party out of this before this beast attacks. You have but a moment to act. What do you do?
Will attempt to herd my party the hell out of here
It's like mountain goats.
immediately. And if it gets too close, I will attempt to turn it. as it looks like it's an elemental.
Very cool. You get one choice. You get to either try to escape or you get to try to turn it. Which do you do?
Or we're escaping.
Escaping. All right. You gather your party and try to push away. How do you escape?
I have to persuade my comrade Bormfield, to not rage and try to kill the giant plant monster. So I'm like, please, we gotta go, man. We gotta go.
Right.
You can see the vein in my
Bormfield
eye.
is that way, man. He's that way, I promise.
All right. You grab your party to run. You grab your barbarian's arm. You try to prevent him from raging and screwing this up. That sounds to me like a persuasion charisma check. I want you to roll as high as you can.
I will do my best.
Ooh,
You know, I'm pretty okay at this.
16 is pretty good. I rolled a 1.
Yes!
That's really unfortunate. You escape. You have only... Yes.
As an aside, every time anyone has come near the swamp, they have seen this creature at least once, and in one episode, 3 times.
Well, it will not be fought this day, as you rush your party to safety, relatively so, away from this giant beast. And you will live to fight another day. Excellent. Party! After a brief encounter with a shambling mound of vegetation and watery elemental energy, you find yourselves in the swamps once more. Only but a day's journey away from where your portal lies. What will we do with our exploration points now after a close brush with death?
Shall we explore one more time before we head home, or do you guys just want to finish this off?
Can we move into this hex, or is this a 4-pointer?
If we want to just since we have a hard out for one of our players, if we want to just move into that hex and call it a day, we can. Because I don't know if I described this well enough, but our, way out is essentially... I put you in the hex on the other side, but Roll20 is killing me right now. Our way out is essentially straddling this, like it did the other river. It's like a big arch like that. I just arbitrarily put you on the other side. So
okay.
if since we have a hard out and you want to, we could just make that last movement and get to the end of the game so we can get our players out of here. I'm okay with that. Like 3 points, 4 points. What's the difference when we're trying to end the game, right?
I'm good with doing that. As an aside,
Yeah.
So 2 of the portals straddle rivers. Would I know, is the portal that's under Antrim, is that under a river?
No, it is not.
No?
That is
Okay,
clever. Yeah, the river doesn't really touch Antrim so much. It's like just on the other side of it. But
Yeah, I figured it was a long shot, but I thought that would be really cool to like guesstimate where more portals would be.
Yeah. No, unfortunately not. But it does seem a common theme.
Excellent. Yeah, I'm good with leaving if you guys are.
Yeah, I think we accomplished a good amount. I'm fine with leaving.
Yep.
All right. You trek one more time to get to your exit point. As you do, let's roll a D100. Maybe we'll get a fight. Whoa, I'm still drawing on things. What the heck?
Have you rolled?
Oh,
my
baby.
The lizards again. They're back.
You have rolled a
Every time.
91. Excellent. What is a 91?
What is wrong with you guys? Let's go home.
The lizards hate me every time I come to the swamp. They come
Oh,
to
you
beat my
avoided
ass.
the wizards actually. On an 88
Did I? Yes.
on an 88 to a 91, you have found our weather event.
No.
Hard rains cause the nearby river to swell and begin flooding the Mirelands, threatening to drag you to their murky depths. Tell me, how do you overcome or avoid drowning in this river?
you're gonna love this, and I'm gonna hate it. But Blessed Mountain brings everyone together to pray our way through this.
All right, I'm gonna need a religion check right now.
I got you.
DC,
-3. Let's go.
What is the
I
DC
crit
on
it.
this? DC
Oh
13.
my god.
Oh my goodness.
At -3.
Your deity feels the need to protect you. It saw you escape death from the shambling elemental mound. It saw you bravely run away from the Ooblexes. It
Yeah,
saw
right,
you
it was
turn
brave.
those elementals earlier. Is like, this poor guy needs help. He just can't seem to do it himself. And the river drowns none of you. It seems to swell all around you, but not you. And then as it recedes, you get to make your way to the portal, where
So
yes.
going forward, we call you Moses. Moses.
You
You parted the river.
Thank you,
Moses.
thank you.
Master of killing mountain goats. You are.
You're right.
Indeed. As the river recedes, you will eventually be able to make your way back to the starting point of our adventure here, where Borbfield accesses the way gates. Well, not the way gates, but the ways. He travels the ever-shifting path back to Antrim. And that will be where we end our session. Thank you all for playing with me. I'm sorry that we had to play super early to get around my weird work schedule. I'm glad it worked out for you all. I hope you had a good time. I'm going to quickly add up gold and XP, and then we're going to hand out some loot. I guess we have a decent amount of loot to get through, so I'll try to go fast.
You're good. I have a quick question.
Yeah. What's up?
So, Greg, we forgot a rumor for me from the session before. Do you think you could either
You
rumor us or add
caroused.
some experience? Do you think that rumor's worth like a bonus 100 experience to everybody?
I'm okay with that. Would you rather have experience or a rumor?
I would love to have 100 bonus experience for my level 2 homies.
Okay, sure. As an apology for forgetting your carousing rumor, you may gain 100 bonus experience.
Thank you, my
I will
hero.
add that up. You don't get it personally. I'm just going to put it in the experience pool.
Yeah, that's fine.
Excellent. While I add up everything else and get ready to hand out cool equipment, I'm going to hand over the spotlight to any of you to give yourself a shout out, tell people what you got going on, where they can find you, or just give yourself a little epilogue for the session, whatever you feel like. The time is yours to use as you will. I'm going to take us just a camera order. King Lyoko, why don't you take it away? Spotlight is yours.
Nothing really to shout out except Greg, fun session. Thanks again for being flexible with your schedule. I know it's a busy time of the year for you.
It is.
But no, had fun, and I'm looking forward to more adventures this year.
Excellent. I am too. Horo, you got any shout outs for us?
Yeah, like always, big shout out to you. Thank you again for running us through another fun game. I look forward to eventually beating your bosses on the map that seems to be killing every single player in the game. Yeah, besides that, I am planning on starting a campaign myself on Sundays. It's been about 2 years in the work. So I have approximately 4 full binders of lore and other bits I have ready, so
Nice.
that should be fun.
Well, that's very cool.
Yeah.
I look forward to that. Excellent. Soul, you got any shout outs?
I have a question.
Yeah.
Are you going to stream that, Horo?
No, but now that you mention it, it might be a fun idea to explore.
Yeah, I think you should go for it. It could be
Yeah.
cool. Shout out to my homies. Thanks for trusting me in the snake fight and for trying to trust me in the ooze fight, which I immediately flubbed and we had to run away from. Sorry that I almost got us all killed. Thanks for working with us today, Greg, at like 6 in the morning your time.
No worries. Excellent. Last but not least, Night Apples. You got any shout outs for us?
Not really. As always, great game. Not really much. I don't do anything online.
All right.
I just play games.
Sick. That's the best thing to do, honestly. All right. With that taken care of, let us take a look at our loot, shall we? You guys, I would like to take home 437 experience points each, 437. I would like for you all to take home 119 gold pieces each, 119. We will add 1 metals to Ancham's resources that you managed to salvage and bring home. You also have a mine that you can create in town for the next few sessions. Loot-wise, we have a few things. I'll go over them first, and then we will roll for them, hand them out as needed. The first thing that you found was a potion of mind reading. This is kind of straight out of the book. When you drink the potion, you gain the effects of detect thoughts for a period of time. How many minutes is it? Greg's notes. Oh, I guess it's just right out of the spell, same as the spell's effect. Anyway, cool one there. Next potion of clairvoyance. Clairvoyance has that same right out of the book. Gives you the ability to scry for a mile. In the scroll cases, you found 1 scroll of Misty Step and 1 scroll of Acid Arrow. Then the vaporous potion that you didn't identify is the potion of gaseous form. This is also right out of the book. It gives you gaseous form. Then finally, you have the prismatic gown. This ever-shifting ballroom gown, while worn, gains you advantage on saving throws for the effects of spells from the prismatic school. So this would be like color spray, hypnotic pattern, etc. As well, when you wear it, you may choose to look however you like, as long as it is in a ballroom setting. This constantly shifting gown, when attuned to, can have any color, any pattern, any cut or style, as long as it would reasonably be found in a ballroom.
That's so cool. It's a glamorous ballroom dancing or dress.
Yep. All right. So loot-wise, let's start at the top. Potion of mind reading. Anyone want to lay claim to the potion of mind reading?
If you guys wanted to use it, go for it. If not, I am currently collecting potions for whenever we have a level 2 alchemy station, so that I can try to research potions that we can make them in town.
If that's
Go
your
ahead.
goal, then I'd say just take it.
Yeah, you can take the mind ring, yeah.
Okay,
All
I'll
right.
grab it.
Potion of mind reading for Blessed Mountain. Next up, potion of clairvoyance.
I'll roll for
Yes.
that one.
Yeah, I'd roll
I'll
for
roll
that.
for that one as well.
All right. D100s for the 3 of you. Highest will take it. 46, not bad. 12.
Nope.
Oh,
Nice.
a critical
Nice.
hit.
It's a crit!
That will go to our good friend Boardfield, 1 potion of clairvoyance. We have, I'll just do the next potion next. Potion of gaseous form. Would anyone like a potion of gaseous form?
Yeah, I'll take that.
Seeing a
Yeah, I'll roll
nod.
for that.
All right.
Yep.
I would like D100s then. Highest will take it. 59.
The night apple's
18.
not rolling good, man.
I'm saving it. It's
He's
loading up
saving
right
it.
now.
All right, Dagnab, potion of gaseous form is yours. Go ahead and take that. Then we have scroll of misty step. Would anyone like a scroll of misty step?
And that's not class restricted.
It is not class restricted in the Mists. Any class, any character can read and use a scroll.
Oh, then yeah.
But
Then
can you
yeah, why
use a
not?
scroll as a bonus action?
No. Unless you have a like class feature that lets you use a scroll as a bonus action, it is an action to read a scroll, regardless
Okay.
of the spell that's on it.
Yeah, that's why I was asking you.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
I'll still roll for it. Would have
Yeah.
been good in a situation like the clay snake fight.
Yeah, I'd roll for it as well.
Yep.
All right. Then I would like
Oh my.
D100s. Highest will take it.
I'm going lower and lower. It's gonna go around to 100.
And lower. Okay.
It's getting to 100 right now. Don't even worry.
So I think 87 takes it. Blessed Mountain, please take the Scroll of Misty Step. Then we have Scroll of Acid Arrow. Anyone interested in Scroll of Acid Arrow?
I feel like that should go to the ranger, right?
Yeah, I'd take it.
Sounds like you're the only one. It is yours. Lasker, please take a Scroll of Acid Arrow.
I don't want to roll for it, thank God.
And finally, we have the Prismatic Gown. Are there any claimants to the Prismatic Gown?
Oh, yeah.
Heck yeah. Yeah, let's do it.
All
I've
right.
been saving up.
Let's have a D100 roll off here.
You rolled
You
too
know-
low. Oh, okay.
Horo, it's real
Yeah.
shiny. Gorefield would love this shiny item.
Ooh.
You
It
would?
looks like Night Apples, Lasker, you are taking
Oh,
the
he got it.
Prismatic Gown.
Been in my pocket the whole time.
He saved up that 27 for when it mattered.
Yep. Always,
The whole-
I would have
Whole
lost 3
adventure's
other
been
rolls, don't worry.
Slowly putting it on.
Alrighty. Thank you all for playing with me. I hope you had a good time, chat. I hope that you have enjoyed as well. I'm gonna get a half day of work in, maybe. And I will see you all very soon. Have a good one. Peace, everybody.
Peace.